Game 8 of 10 here from Canlan in West Dundee. My name is Joe Williamson alongside Aaron Schellen. It's been a long day. We're going to get all the way through it.
Yeah, I mean, this game has a lot to live up to.
It
We
does.
had our first overtime game in the last one. It was the opposite side of the bracket. It was the Express and the Chicago Blues. The number 4 seed Blues took down the top seed Express 3-2 in overtime. So the 4th seed Blues await the winner of this one here. And right now the advantage in this one, all things being equal, goes to Orland Park, as both teams are 2-0 coming into this game. Orland Park has the better goal differential, so Wilmette has to win this game, whereas Orland Park can advance with a win or a tie.
Correct. Vikings looking for, at the very least, a tie. Both teams would love a win to send them to the championship game against the Chicago Blues tomorrow. The first shot on net was saved. That is Talon Endy in net for the Vikings.
And you called this Wilmette team earlier today. They won in impressive fashion, a 7-0 win earlier. That was about 8 hours ago now that they played?
Yeah, our second game of the day. They were on fire offensively, and, you know, gonna see what it takes to win a second game of the day. Obviously, you know, the bones are a little tired. You got to stretch everything out again, so we'll see if these kids can come back and win a second game. That one off the crossbar, I think. And that's going to be offsides on the Vikings.
The first real opportunity goes for the Orland Park Vikings. And I've seen this team a couple of times this year, this Orland Park squad. They've got some real talent, and I got to put that on display here today if they want to play again tomorrow.
We saw Evan Willis in net for Wilmette in their first game of the day. It's Ethan Kugler in net for them here this evening.
Yeah, Willis wasn't tested very much in that 7-0 win.
But he was still very good, as bringing it down the other way, Harrison McKeemer, and he gets it taken away in the corner. We'll come back the other way. Vikings looking for the outlet pass to Cantore, and can't find him, and Junior Trevians will bring it back the other way. Battle for the puck up against the boards, stuck underneath the stick. And now the Vikings will try to clear it out.
We saw 2 jerseys in the last game that saw no white in the last game. In this game we have nothing but black and white.
I love it. The Vikings will go for a change that allows Wilmette to bring it out of their own zone and back to the neutral zone before it is turned over. Kip tries to put it back in, and Hollis gets a stick on it, but in the middle of a change coming out is Kieran McDonald.
We got a really good crowd for this one as people are getting ready for dinner. So instead of dinner, they're going to eat here, I guess, at Canlan West Dundee, especially down to our left. The Orland Park fans have shown up and shown out here tonight. And I get it for Wilmette. It's been a long day. I guess for both teams, it's been a long day. They both have played now twice, but good crowds here most of the day.
Cal Condon couldn't keep it in for the Vikings, who will now dump it in, but it's turned over. D-to-D pass coming the other way for the Junior Trevians. Not a whole lot of offense on either side, save the one shot, and of course, going to speak it into existence. A shot on net there by Braden Stryzik. 10:45 to go in this first period. Wilmette Junior Trevians against the Orland Park Vikings for a chance to play in the championship game against the Chicago Blues tomorrow.
That'll be myself and Matt Donnelly, as Joe has decided he doesn't want to be here with me tomorrow.
Right, that's the reasoning. Pass right through the paint and covered up by Talon Endy.
Yeah, almost off the skates of Endy and into his own net, which, by the way, another great name. I think when this is all said and done, I am going to go through all of the rosters for both last weekend and this weekend, and I am going to put together an all names list. Yep, an all Central States playoff
love
first team and second team names list.
What's the what? Jack Boots? Is that the one we had earlier?
We had Jack Boots. Yep,
that was
in one of the last games. There have been some great names, but Talon Endy is a great name.
Talon Endy has got to be up there.
Yep.
Turned over, and right there is Jordan Plum trying to get it on.
I've watched Jordan Plum for a couple of years now. Used to play for the Romeoville Huskies.
Good stick there, Grant Asleason. And unable to keep it in. Coming the other way, the Vikings dumped in, and he'll go for a change.
It's one of the things I love about doing this is watching these kids get better and older, and watching them go from 10U to 12U to 14U and so on and so forth. And this is now my 5th season calling youth hockey. And some of these kids, we were talking in one of the last games, it was the Chicago Jets game with Jackson Abdul Aleem. I had watched his older brother Mason I haven't seen him this year, but I think I've called Mason's games for like the last 3 seasons. And it's just really cool to watch them get older and get bigger and get better.
Face off won by Wilmette. They'll come the other way. Beckett Brown shoots it in back behind the net. And cleared by the Vikings, who will bring it the other way. And a nice move there to get around a defender. Cantore again making his presence known.
Yeah, a little toe drag to get loose, but couldn't pull the trigger.
And right off the outside of the post. I didn't even realize that any of the Vikings players had the puck on their stick back there.
And you could hear that ding the post. It was Cantore again.
Coming back the other way, Gus Taborik. Doesn't have any help. He's all on his own. Back behind the net. He'll go down on his knees, and that puck is going to come the other way. Out of the zone, Logan Kipp. He'll dump it, and the Vikings will go for a full change. That's going to give about a half of the ice back to Jackson Schneider. And a big hit right there at the blue line.
Yeah,
that is going to be a penalty. Yeah, Galloway is going to be headed to the box.
Yeah, Cal Condon is the one who is doing all the complaining, but it's going to be Caleb Galloway going to the penalty box.
Yeah, that was a big hit, and you can't do that at this level. You can use your body, but you can't
use it as a weapon.
Yeah. So it's going to be a power play for 2 minutes for the Wilmette Junior Trevians. Puck battle in the corner. Wilmette controls at the blue line. Goalie, and he's going to have that one poked all the way down. Racing after it, Cole Dunlap. He'll get back and beat the forecheck and look to set things up on the power play. Outlet pass, Nick Catelli. Catelli rims it around. Partial change incoming for the Junior Trevians. And another big hit in the corner, and
nothing called that time.
No call this time. Asleason looking for help. And a shot just wide by Schneider.
I think Endy was able to get his stick down at the last minute and direct that wide, but that was ticketed for that inside near post.
Asleason couldn't find space down there. Now a centering feed, stick up in the air, shot, rebound. No, it's waved off.
Played with a high stick. Yeah, they're saying played with a high stick. Graham Teft going to the bench to celebrate, but yeah, Teft knocked that in with a high stick, so fortunate break for Orland Park there. That one was...
I think it was Graham Teft was right in there, and that high stick was called.
Yeah, Teft was the one celebrating. He was going back to his bench, but he knocked it in with a high stick, so it stays scoreless.
So still a scoreless game, and now we're back in front of the Junior Trevians net. They are still on the power play for almost a full minute. And they'll try to clear the zone here. They will. Asleason, who's been very active so far in this game, trying to find the middle. He's got Hayton on his left, and he almost scored himself. A nice save by Talon Endy. Now back to the middle, Kane Hayton. He scored a goal in the first game today for Wilmette. Kept in by Hayton, now Schneider after it. He'll poke it back down to the corner where Gus Taborek will chase after it. Taborek back to Schneider through his legs. Schneider gonna put one on net, but a nice stick down there. I think that was Alex Millis. And this one will now come out of the zone, shorthanded for 5 more seconds. Bringing it the other way was Cooper Maxiu. And we're gonna get a whistle, I think.
I don't know what the whistle's for.
Something came off a piece of equipment, maybe?
Hey, you don't usually stop a game for that.
Yeah.
Maybe Maximu put himself off sides. Cooper Maximu did go in backwards, so maybe he put himself in off sides. At any rate, neutral zone face-off.
Yeah, neutral zone face-off in front of the Wilmette bench. Face-off is won by the Vikings. And that pass picked off, coming the other way to the center of the ice. Shot! And,
nope.
I think he thought it was in, but
Yep.
it's no good.
Yep.
Another shot. Gus Taborek thought he had one, and kind of matches that earlier shot from the Vikings.
Yeah, off the crossbar and out. So Wilmette's had some opportunities here in the early going.
And not on the power play anymore, as goalie takes the shot from the end of the face-off circle and right into the glove of Talon Endy, who has been tested early
busy.
and often.
Talon Endy's been busy today, and so far each team has hit a crossbar.
Yep.
Wilmette had a goal waved off for a high stick, so we've seen a little bit of everything so far in the first
Feels
8
like
minutes.
we've seen more than a 0-0 game, as the Vikings will bring it the other way, trying to dump it in as Kip. Instead, he lifts it right into the Wilmette bench.
So next up, we got a game that, in theory, you should be calling, but I'm going to do it.
That's
we
fair.
got a battle for St. Louis as we have the Eagles and the Knights in a Peewee Major game. Joe, a big fan of the city of St. Louis.
Yes, I am.
No Boston teams in this tournament. It's unfortunate.
That's there's probably good reason for that.
It is called Central States, after all.
Not Northeastern states.
Yes, not every state.
Right, yeah.
Oh, nice pass.
Yeah, that was a great pass all the way across and just wide
From
left.
this angle, that looked like that was top corner.
Great effort by Dominic Cantore to get that to a teammate at the blue line.
Jackson Janiak almost put that thing top corner.
And going back to retrieve this one, Braden Stryzik.
And my voice broke for the first time.
Stryzik's got Janiak. Janiak from the point, and it's blockered away by Kugler.
Good shift here by Orland Park. This is something they needed.
Tapped, and here comes Hayton. Numbers. Hayton's got Asleason on his right. Hayton goes to Asleason. Shot, and it goes wide right.
Yeah, the elevated
Just waited
pass.
a little bit too long.
Asleason had to settle the puck down, and by the time he did, he was in too deep.
Hollis goes back with Schneider. Hollis keeps it on his stick. Now he goes up to Hayton. Mid-change again for the Vikings. Hayton looking out in front, right through the paint. Schneider backhands it, and that one's intercepted by the Vikings.
Not a bad play by Hayton.
No.
Just throw it into a mass of bodies and see if you can get a rebound or a deflection.
Hollis going to bring it right back up the center of the ice all by himself. Shot and a glove save, knocked down, and the puck will stay alive. This one cleared despite the best efforts of the Junior Trevians, and now they'll come back in with numbers. And that pass just off the stick, and a nice effort, backhand, one-hand effort.
Oh, would have liked to have seen Endy be a little more aggressive there, Joe, and just pounce on that puck and get a face-off.
This comes back out, and Brown will tip it into the zone, and he'll now control. And a nice pass to himself off the boards to allow time for Harrison McKeemer to get back on sides. Now coming the other way, 1-on-2, Jackson Janiak. And Sand will keep it in for the Vikings, as they'll go for a partial change, and the Junior Trevian's able to clear barely Oh. I think we do have offsides. I thought it was waved off.
Questionable there, but
I think we had one referee give us one signal and one give us another. We'll have a neutral zone face-off now. Still no score, 2:54 remaining in this first period, even though it's been an eventful one. No goals to show for it.
If you're Orland Park, though, you got to be careful.
Yep.
You know, you've given Wilmette a number of, really, I mean, they hit the crossbar. They had a goal disallowed for a high stick, you know, so you just feel like they're going to get one if they don't tighten things up defensively just a little bit.
Absolutely, as there's another offsides.
And you don't want to make that first mistake, right? This is a winner. This is essentially a winner-take-all game 3, and you don't want to make that first mistake that puts you down 1-0.
And the winner of this game goes on to face the Chicago Blues tomorrow, and the loser, their season is over.
That being said, Orland Park, they advance with a win or a tie.
Correct.
Wilmette has to actually win the game, so it's a big difference.
We've only seen one game on this rink today go to overtime as the Vikings bring it back in. Sand's shot is tipped by Hayton.
And I have that right? It was Orland Park with the better goal differential?
Yes.
They're all starting to blend together after 11 hours,
eight
but
games.
yeah.
So now Wilmette controlling, but another turnover. Sand is right there. And the Junior Trevians fail to clear. Back around to Schneider. Schneider across to Halak. And up to, and that's goalie, I believe, who was knocked down. And a couple people calling for a penalty there. But now numbers for the Vikings. 3-on-2. Shot and right into the chest of Ethan Kugler. That's an easy save with 1:20 left.
Yeah, again, a Wilmette goalie hasn't been challenged very much in this first period. Ethan Kugler's only been asked to make a couple of stops, but he's looked comfortable in making those couple of stops.
Face-off won by Wilmette. Halak back behind the net trying to control it, but this one squeaks out in front. Puck is still loose on the right side. Multiple bodies hit the ice. And now Halak's just going to try and create some space back there. 1 minute to play in this first period. And the Junior Trevians coming the other way. Asleason, he's been active this first period. He's got Hayton trailing. And Teft was right there in the center of the ice, but Asleason had to just take it all the way to the wall. Vikings now turn it around with 40 seconds to go. Janiak on one side. Shot goes off the side of the goal.
It was a shot pass, just throw it through the paint and see what you can get.
Yeah, centering feed there too. Frank Heffron just decided to take matters into his own hands. And they will clear the zone on this one. Coming up the far side, Asleason's just gonna dump and change. With 16 seconds to go, Janiak coming the other way. He will also dump it. Goes back around the goal. And the Junior Trevians will bring it back out to the neutral zone and maybe get one more shot off before the end of the period, and a nice defensive effort there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the officials saw there, but you had two skaters for Wilmette that were about three strides offsides. No whistle, but no harm done, and first period's over.
Scoreless first. We'll bring you some intense second period action right after this quick break. second period action, and you can hear just a little bit. It is loud in here as we near the end of our night. 8 of 10 games.
Let's go ahead and turn that crowd mic up a little bit, so you can get the full effect of what's going on here at Canlan.
The opening face-off here in the second period takes us into the offensive zone for Wilmette, but brought the other way. Condon brings it offsides.
And Condon just a stride in ahead of the play. Yeah, we've had some good crowds today.
We have indeed.
So we've had some good attendance. We've had some positive energy, which I love.
Yep. Condon's shot blocked. It'll go back around far side corner.
We've had some complaining too.
Yeah, but I mean, that's kind of expected when you have 10 games in a row.
Yeah.
Gonna hear some complaining. Is in with speed comes Frank Heffron. He'll just rip one on net. And a save by Talon Endy.
And I just want to again thank Central State's president, Jimmy Wrights, along with all of the team managers, one of whom is sitting right in front of us, who provided Jimmy and I with rosters and pronunciations and everything else we needed for not just the games here, but last weekend and this weekend, 183 different teams over the last 2 weekends, 83 games in 4 days. That's 166 teams, 166 rosters. So a lot of work went into this.
Coming the other way with speed is Jordan Plum. And now back through the crease, and fanning on that shot is Cooper Maximiu.
And Maximiu on the back door, and little elevated pass with some mustard on it by Plum, and Maximiu just not able to get his stick on it cleanly.
And kept in though by Maximiu at the line, and a couple of falling junior Trevians there. But that puck is cleared and should go down for icing.
So get those thanks out of the way. I also want to thank you, Joe, and Eric Willowhite, and Mike Napolitano, and Ethan Wiles, and Brandon Januska, and Hannah Arbitman, and all of the Illinois Media School students who have helped out. This has definitely been a job that couldn't have been done by 1 or 2 people. We've had a dozen different people either on camera or on a microphone or on production, making sure that we could broadcast every game. And we got a couple of games and a day left, and so far everything's gone smoothly.
Don't jinx it.
That's why I said so far.
Back behind his own net, Colt goalie. And Wilmette unable to clear. Another good effort there by Cooper Maximiu. And right in front, shot goes wide left.
Yeah, open net, just chunked it a little, which is one of my new favorite hockey terms.
Jumped it?
Chunked it.
Oh, chunked it.
Chunked it, when you don't get all of it.
That's, yeah, I like that one. And now coming the other way with numbers Wilmette. A 3-on-2 if they hurry. Teft, he's got the trailer. Asleason, and his shot was deflected. Teft back out to the point. Halak looking for a shot stick down by Dominic Cantore. And now the Vikings will come the other way. Through the legs of DeBoric. And now the junior Trevian's back in the zone. Good defense and a shot gloved. Easy save there for Talon Endy.
Endy is a really big goaltender for being a Peewee, so he takes up a lot of that net. And we've seen, especially today, we saw a lot of success in games early today where shooters were going up over the shoulder underneath the crossbar. That's really hard to do with Endy because when he's standing up tall, there is no space between his shoulder and the crossbar. So it's going to take a little bit more creativity, I think, to beat Endy here today for Wilmette than they had in that first game where they scored 7.
I think Endy might be about as tall as I am.
I don't know about that. You're pretty enormous.
I don't know if enormous is the right word.
Well, you got me by like 5 inches or something, 4 or 5 inches. And I'm only shrinking as I get older.
Well, you're an old man now.
Yeah,
so.
I am.
Vikings can't keep it in the zone. McDonald tries to push it back in, but this will come all the way back down the other way. No icing. Change for the Junior Trevians. Condon coming the other way. He's got help on the far side. Backhand off the post, I think again, or the outside of the goal.
No, that was off the post clean. Second time today for Orland Park that they've drawn iron.
Nick Catelli out to Brown and turned away once again by Endy. Back out to the blue line. Hollis trying to corral it. He'll backhand it down low.
Smart play by Hollis there. Instead of trying to take that shot on the forehand and potentially get it blocked the other way, you just spin around on the backhand and cycle it deep. Oh, nice feed, nice feed.
Back out, Condon's got a breakaway. Him and the goalie, shot, score!
That was a pretty pass, finding Condon in all alone, and Cal didn't miss, and Orland Park takes a 1-0 lead.
Cal Condon.
And you got to trust me, they are down there celebrating.
Yeah.
And I think that's the older Orland Park team, as we've got the we've got some of the other, we got the Bantams here as well, and I think that's what's down there cheering on these Peewees and breaking the ice, and an unfortunate situation there for Wilmette as the defenseman fell down, allowing Congdon to break in all alone.
So a 1-0 lead with about 9.5 minutes to go in this second period. And the Vikings are going to have to play defense now as Asleason comes in with speed.
Well, I'm curious how this Wilmette team's going to play from behind. I mean, they thoroughly dominated. They're going to go on the power play here, but they dominated that game earlier today. Right out of the chute, they were up 2-0 in the first, and then they scored 4 in the second, and that was all she wrote. So I'm curious to see how they'll play from behind as Jordan Plum will go to the penalty box.
Plum in for a trip. And now a good opportunity for a Junior Trevians team who has had plenty of offensive opportunities already in this one. Face-off won by Wilmette.
And they hit a crossbar. They had a goal disallowed for a high stick. So they've had their chances.
A couple of Vikings coming in on the PK here offensively before turning it over, so they'll kill some time. And now up ahead to Teft. That's a great stick there by Maximu. Asleason's going to bring it in. And he's turned away at the line.
Yeah, that was great defense at the line by Alex Millis to just hold his ground.
Heffron is met at the blue line, but Maximu can't get back on sides. So 8:28 remaining in the second, a 1-0 lead for the Vikings. Again, the winner goes on to the championship game tomorrow. And if there's a tie, the Vikings move on. Coming back the other way, the Junior Trevians shot goes wide left. That one wired wide by Nick Catelli.
Now when we get a second, we'll just want to recap why it is that way.
Correct.
Why the Vikings will advance with a win or a tie, but the Junior Trevians need a win. So when we get a stoppage here, Joe, maybe you can recap that for the people watching.
Taborek brings it back in. Mitchell in the center of the ice. Taborek still with it. Back out to Halak. Halak goes D to D. Down low. Looking for space. Coming on in and a left pad save. Endy. Still possessing it. The Junior Trevians. Halak goes back down low to Brown. Brown. Halak. One-timer, score!
We saw that exact play in their first game. Halak got robbed twice. This time, on the rebound, it was Gus Taborek tying it at 1. We saw Halak get robbed twice on that same play. That pass up the boards, then cutting towards the net, getting the return pass. This time, got the rebound they were looking for. And I wanted to see how they played from behind.
You got your answer.
They played pretty darn well from behind. It's 1-1.
That is for sure. And they'll come right back into the offensive zone on an immediate glove save by Endy.
So, Joe, quickly take us through,
right.
why Orland Park only needs a tie.
So both teams are 2-0 in pool play. This is their third game. A tie means they both end 2-0 with a tie, at which point it goes to head-to-head, and since they tied, there is no head-to-head winner, so then it goes to goal differential, and the Vikings have a +8 goal differential, the Junior Trevians with a +7. So it could quite literally come down to the difference of 1 goal in a game that these two teams did not play against each other. But if there is a clear winner, and that's a smoke show from the point right there, hopefully there is just a clear winner and we don't have to worry about tiebreakers.
Yeah, we saw that. We saw that in the last game between the Blues and the Express. The Express needed a tie. The Blues needed the win. 17 seconds into overtime, the Blues got it.
Let's be real. Nobody likes, having to base a win or a loss off of a tiebreaker.
Right.
You want to win that game. And honestly, if you're going to lose the game, you want to lose it by actually playing the game hard. You don't want to lose because of some arbitrary number.
I even wouldn't be against no ties. Just play 3-on-3
playoffs.
Just play 3-on-3 till somebody wins.
Yeah, absolutely. I could totally get behind that as well. Puck comes off the stick of Millis, and now that one's going right in front of the net, but it'll come back out, a save by Kugler. And here comes Asleason back in all by himself. The shot, and what a save.
Yeah, very calm in net was Talon Endy. Just stuck the blocker out and deflected it into the corner. Great save by Talon.
Barely flinched. Teft is going to put it back in deep. Asleason has been all over the place offensively.
He's played really well here in game 2.
Yeah, that's going to be goaltender interference, I believe. Somebody fell right in front of the net. We're going to come back out to the neutral zone.
I would even say, even if you want to have ties and pool play in games that don't matter, like a game like this, there should be a winner.
Yeah, maybe it's ties until you get to a must-win scenario, which this would be.
Right.
Yeah, maybe the first 2 games you could warrant a tie, but if you get to a game where you have to have a clear winner, then say, all right, well, if we go to overtime,
they're just playing until someone scores.
Somebody scores. I think at this level, it's maybe still a little bit too early for shootouts.
They do it in other Central States leagues, and some of the older kids they do have shootouts.
And back in again is Asleason. Looking for some help back at the point. Halak with the one-timer right on in front. But nothing doing down there as Gus Taborek can't keep it in. Plum gets it out. Maximu.
Oh, you got to shoot that. Cooper, you got to shoot that puck.
Had the left side of the
lane.
Goal. Skating through the defenders, now looking for someone in the middle, Harrison McKeemer.
Yeah, there were two defenders on the person that Maximu was trying to pass it to. There was nobody covering him.
Yeah.
That's a puck. And I get the idea of trying to be unselfish, but sometimes selfish is the right play.
Logan Hollis is going to get it back out to Gus Taborek. Taborek looking down the ice. McKeemer's got Taborek trailing. Taborek from the face-off dot, and it's smothered right from the point. And now coming back, it's a 2-on-2. Here comes Cantore. Cantore in all alone, and he wires it left.
Wow, right through the defense, and got a lot on that wrist shot, just pushed it wide.
Couldn't keep it in. Here comes Taborek. And skating through defenders right to the front of the net is Beckett Brown, but he got tied up a little bit right before releasing that shot. 4 minutes to go in this second period. Both teams have scored as Cantore coming in again, and a fantastic job to get back.
That was great defensive work. I think that was Jackson Schneider, number 36, on the back check, and had the wherewithal to spin around. I mean, I don't know if he did it intentionally, but spun around and dumped it back to his goalie, who was able to cover up.
So exactly 4 minutes on the dot. Face-off controlled by the Vikings. Right back out to the point, and kind of They're
chunked.
Chunks, there you go.
That's the definition of a chunk right there. The puck's rolling, and you don't really get it cleanly, and it just sort of bounces in.
Brandon Stryzik didn't get all of it. Back out to the point and kept in.
Good keep.
Condon, and right to the chest. It wobbles around a little bit, but the save made by Ethan Kugler. Still a 1-1 tie, and you can kind of feel the pressure a little bit for both of these teams. Somebody's got to get out on top.
Someone's going to go home disappointed. Someone's going to go home ready to get a good night's sleep for another game tomorrow. But that's playoff hockey for you. Can't have winners in every game.
Halak rims it around for Teft. Teft along the sideboards now, and Halak will have to go back and retrieve it again. Now looking for space up the middle.
I've been impressed by Pearl Halak defensively for Wilmette.
Asleason in again, might have help in the middle of the ice. Can't find it though. Teft fighting for it, actually slips on the puck. And now coming the other way, Cal Condon. Condon again, and blockered away by Kugler. That one clears the zone, but recovered by the Vikings, looking for Condon, who tries to go off the walls to himself. And like you mentioned, not giving away any ground is Pearl Halak. Now back in, Asleason again. This time he does have help, and the pass just ahead of Kane Hayton. Another
play that maybe being selfish is the right play there for Asleason. Feel like maybe could have and should have pulled the trigger there.
Caught the Vikings in a partial change. Now a 4-on-2, drops it out for Hollis. Hollis is hit in the middle of the ice, and we get no call.
Yeah, you got a collision in open ice.
That's going to be offsides.
Offsides on Orland Park. Yeah, collision at open ice could have been a penalty on Millis, but I don't think Millis was going for the puck. I don't think he was going for the body, so I get what the Wilmette fans are calling for there, but everybody has a right to the puck.
Right.
And he was going for the puck, and the bodies just collided in open ice.
Face-off won by the junior Trevians. Come the other way, Harrison McKeemer. And he'll turn one over at center ice. The Vikings will try to come the other way, but lose it. McKeemer up with help, but turned away after gaining the zone. And a nice stick back in behind the net by Gus DeBoric. Kept in by Hollis. Hollis down to Brown. Now behind the net, McKeemer looking to center it, but fanned on it. The goalie tries to stick it down out of the air, now coming the other way. Maximu got help on the right side. Plum, Maximu gonna make a nice play with it right out of the face-off circle, but not getting anything on it is Kyle Hoffner.
Yeah, just whiffed on it a little, but that was a pretty feed by Maximu.
Maybe held onto the puck a little bit too long, but he found some space and made a nice pass. Now Taborik the other way. He'll beat the defender in, trying to force his way to the center of the ice, and once again, no call.
Because it wasn't a penalty. He got the puck first.
Halak kept it in, shot wide left.
Again, the fans who are right wanted a trip, but he got the puck first. It's just not a penalty.
Right. This one is out and all the way down, and it'll go just wide of the net for icing.
Already 40 seconds left in a rapidly moving game, Joe.
Second period coming to a close in a 1-1 tie. Another offensive zone face-off, though, for Wilmette here. We'll see if they can capitalize. But the face-off won and controlled by the Vikings. Kip comes the other way. Tries to go around Halak, but once again, she won't give up anything, and now a hit.
Halak's going to go.
Yeah, she's going to go to the penalty box for that one. A hit up high.
Maybe not intentional, but still a hit from behind, and Halak is going to go to the box here.
So Halak to the box. Logan Kip took the hit, but looks okay. And with 27 seconds left, the Vikings are going to go on the power play.
Yeah, this Orland Park crowd to our left is really, really into this game.
I love it.
I don't know if you can see the young men. There you go, the young men down there shirtless, waving the Orland Park flag around.
I think it's a jersey on a hockey stick.
It is. It's a sweater, yeah. Oh, that's going to be a 2 and 10. Yeah, 2 and 10 on Halak. It's a hit from behind, which is, I think, an automatic 2 and 10. Intent is not considered here. So Halak down for most of the third period as well.
Catelli will serve the 2.
And that's a huge loss for Wilmette in the third period.
Yeah, Halak has been locked down on defense.
Yep. And she's been good offensively as well.
Helped generate that goal for Wilmette as the clock winding down, under 10 seconds to play in this second period. Wilmette doing a good job of keeping that puck up against the boards, and they will keep it there as the clock expires. Well, we have a fun third period loading. The Vikings will start on the power play when we come back in a 1-1 tie. Who will budge first? A 1-1 game as we play the third. Puck has been dropped. Schneider will dump it in, and we are underway. 14 minutes for a chance to play the Chicago Blues tomorrow in the championship game, as we have an offsides called against Galloway.
And Orland Park will be on the power play for the first minute 17 of this third period. And then just to recap, Wilmette will be without one of their top defenders in Pearl Halak. She will sit until about the 4-minute mark, about 4.5 minutes left in the game, as she received a 2 and 10 for a hit from behind.
Mitchell recovers that puck. I don't think it'll have the legs for icing, and it'll have to be recovered by the Vikings. A good forecheck effort there by Peter Lee. Yeah, he's gonna hold the zone here. That was a great play. Looking for Asleason out in front. Just past his stick now. Asleason shorthanded. Wilmette trying to make some noise. Asleason shot goes wide left.
He's been their best. He's been their best forward in this game.
Absolutely. He'll chase after it and pin it up against the walls. They killed off some precious PK time there, down to about 35 seconds left on the power play, and the Vikings will just have to dump and chase here. Back behind his own net, Hollis, and that's going to go, I think, over the boards.
Yeah, that hit one of the junior Trevians on the bench.
So 26 seconds remaining in the power play, and you know, if you're the Vikings, you'd love to get one in here, but you also got to remember, you know, play a little patient. Missing the junior Trevians missing one of their best defenders.
Well, and if you're Orland Park, again, a tie is fine.
Right, exactly.
So you don't want to take any chances. You don't want to take any.
hockey.
You don't want to make any defensive mistakes and let Wilmette win this game outright.
Kane Hayton is going to gather that one, and he'll have to go back to a teammate in his own zone. Puck turned over right in front. Coming back the other way, Colt goalie, and he's going to lose an edge. And Asleason will have to bring it out for him. And the power play is going to come to an end as Hayton is going to bring it into the offensive zone, and like a catcher framing a pitch on the edge of the zone, Talon Endy will grab that one.
I was going to liken him to a third baseman. That backhand play down the
there you
third
go.
base
Yeah,
line.
yeah.
We're both in baseball mode. I mean,
it's been too long since the last pitch we saw.
It's 40 degrees and we're wearing 4 layers and we're standing in front of a 200-foot sheet of ice, but we're thinking about baseball. Yeah.
Well, I'm all excited for the World Baseball Classic.
Me too.
So that's what I'm.
Well, we got
for.
we got Olympic hockey first.
That is true. The U.S. women's team, by the way, has a goal differential of +9 so far in 2 games. A 5-1 and a 5-0 win.
That'll play.
As that one's coming all the way around. They beat the Czechs 5-1, and I believe they beat Finland 5-0 this morning. The U.S. men's team, of course, has yet to play, but I'm sure everybody's going to get their popcorn out for USA versus Canada.
Yeah, what do you think about the USA not putting Jason Robertson out there, the leading goal scorer, one of the leading goal scorers in the NHL? If the U.S. has some trouble scoring, you're going to question why he's not out there, why Alex DeBrincat isn't out there. Both of those guys with more than 30 goals.
As we had maybe a potential 2-on-1 developing there, but it's taken away. I will say, I bet you they're trying to build off of the chemistry they already had from the Four Nations last year, getting a lot of those same guys back.
And that's fair.
Which is understandable now.
But Robertson and DeBrincat, and especially Robinson, is one of the best goal scorers in the world.
Those are the guys that you want to add as this one's centered and it comes back out. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. Obviously, the Canadians made some interesting choices as well. No Connor Bedard on the Canadian roster. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays. I mean, I think we all know.
Well, Connor's young enough. He's going to get he'll get 3 Olympics in here before it's all said and done.
You could make the same case for Macklin Celebrini, who also made the roster.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see. I think we all know that we're going to watch Canada versus the U.S. in the gold medal match.
To be fair, I think Celebrini absolutely deserved it with the way he's played this year.
He has had a ridiculous season. Not that Bedard has been bad, but
no, Bedard hasn't been bad at all. But Celebrini's been. He's one of the top point scorers in the NHL
as a 19 years old.
Yeah, I was going to say as a teenager.
Coming the other way are the Vikings. A centering feed once again broken up by the junior Trevians. And it's going to be Colt goalie who loses an edge once again.
Yeah, whiffed on the shot and then got knocked down for his trouble.
And the Vikings going to look to center it for Galloway, but to no avail. And a big collision at center ice as now we got a 2-on-1. And
what a great play.
Defensive play. Puck is loose in front, jamming away.
That was Kyle Hoffner.
Unbelievable effort by Kyle Hoffner.
Just going into the slide to break up that pass, stuck his legs up in the air. So
face first right to the puck. That is a gritty defensive play right there, and he keeps it a 1-1 game. So back up against the far side boards, and here it comes out of the zone. Vikings bringing it the other way. And a nice effort there to get back by Jackson Schneider to break that one up. He's had a couple of nice plays like that today. And look at a stick handoff here. I think someone broke a stick down low. And we are going to get a penalty, I think, a hooking penalty on the Vikings.
Going to be on Maximu, I think. Is that 19 going to the box?
Is it, or are we going to get Plum? I think it's Jordan
Plum again. Plum going back to the box. Spent some time there in this one.
And just after he got a new stick, too. That's unfortunate.
Well, that's why he didn't have a stick. Because he hooked somebody and it got pulled out of his hands.
That would be correct. They're going to let him go retrieve it. So 9:44 remaining in 2 minutes of that time. The Vikings will be killing off a power play for the Junior Trevians, and it's going to be controlled by Maximue, who's going to bring it all the way out and into the offensive zone, and then Sand will follow it up.
Hey, gotta make sure you get that deep if you're Maximue, though. He left that at the blue line. Sand was there to back him up, but you gotta get that puck in deep.
Across to Hollis. Hollis looking to get it off the sides, and it's going to come in on sides, maybe accidentally, from Taborek before being cleared through the legs of the referee. Schneider back. They'll go around to Taborek. Brown making a run for it. Taborek didn't have the room to find him. Now he's found on that far side. Taborek trying to corral it. Back right in front. Shot, rebound, and another save.
We thought we might get another penalty on Orland Park there for a cross check in the crease, but two big saves made by Endy.
Yeah, Talon Endy, and going back to the bench, holding his head is Harrison McKeemer.
Yeah, he was the one who got knocked down from behind.
That one blocked on defense. Great effort as Sand will go for a change. Goalie back in. He'll take a shot from the point and settle for the offensive zone faceoff.
Endy still looks very comfortable in nets.
Yep, absolutely. 41 seconds left on the power play. 8:25 remaining in a tie game. Face-off won by Wilmette, trying to find the center of the ice. And that shot wired high and left. Nick Catelli.
Up over the right shoulder of Endy.
Goalie trying to center it and find some space, but it comes out instead to the neutral zone, and chasing after it is Frank Heffron. Heffron around to Lee. Lee has Mitchell. Mitchell trying to force his way to the middle of the ice and right into the pads of Talon Endy with 12 seconds to go on the power play. We saw the Junior Trevians kill off a power play earlier. Vikings trying to do the same.
Yeah, Endy goes into the butterfly, takes away everything at ice level, and Trevian's not able to lift the puck up over his shoulder, so another easy save for Talon.
Face-off won by the Vikings. With 10 seconds to go in the power play, they'll play the board game and try and kill off the rest of it. Final seconds, and we are back to 5-on-5 as the puck comes back to the Junior Trevians in their own zone. Schneider, and they'll look ahead for Hayton. Kane Hayton, and he can't keep a hold of it. Under the skates of Schneider, and now Schneider back out. It's going to be a 2-on-2. Asleason and Hayton, they do have a trailer in Teft. Teft gets into the mix, but Asleason's going to lose an edge and fall to the corner there as that puck comes right out in front and pushed back out into the corner. Just over 7 minutes to play in a tie game. Winner moves on to tomorrow. A tie results in the Vikings moving on. Cantore, and he's going to lose that puck and go for a change. Off the stick of McKeemer, who is back into the game after taking a hit in the head, and he's going to center one and right off the right pad of Endy, and Endy will cover it up with 6:39 remaining, and we'll get an offensive zone draw for Wilmette. So McKeemer will head off here. Malachi Mitchell is going to win the face-off back out to the neutral zone for the Junior Trevians, and it's controlled by Mitchell now. Mitchell trying to find center ice, and the stick was lifted of Taborek, and now the Vikings come the other way. Good back check there by Frank Heffron. Right back out to the center of the ice. And a shot saved by Ethan Kugler off the blocker side with just over 6 minutes to go. Kugler hasn't been tested a whole lot, and that puck just stripped at the red bond by goalie. He gets it on sides, pass to himself off the boards, and another good glove save by Endy Talon, who shakes his head after making the save. He is locked in with 5:56 to go, and it is going to be tough skating for both of these teams trying to find the back of the net. These goalies are doing their job. The defenses are doing their jobs.
And not a lot of space for either team.
Exactly. Right back out in front. Talk about space. Man, Asleason once again found himself in the open. He's done that at least 3 or 4 times this game. And a point-blank save. Talon Endy loves those glove saves, and he does a good job not allowing any rebounds off of them. Face-off won by Wilmette, but a nice block by Jordan Plum. And now a potential breakaway, but a fantastic back check by Jackson Schneider.
Yep,
and
penalty.
now we're going to get a penalty. It looks like the junior Trevians are going to have to.
I think that's going to be Plum again. Going to be Plum or Maximiu. It's one of the two. It's Plum
There
again.
goes Plum, and he's a little bit frustrated, shaking his head as he goes to the box. So the junior Trevians with another 2-minute power play, and this is where you need to capitalize right here.
Third penalty of the game on Jordan Plum. Hasn't cost his team yet.
And the face-off actually controlled by Maximiu. Loses a handle on it though, and he will dump it down for icing. 5:19 to go in a tie game, 1:49 left in the power play.
Not a lot of offense in this one. This has been a very tight to the vest defensive battle. We saw some posts early in that first period. The junior Trevians had a goal disallowed on a high stick, but since then it has been a tight defensive game. It feels kind of like those New Jersey Devils teams from the late 90s that played the 1-3-1 trap. And
yeah, there you go.
Every game ended 2-1 or 1-0.
Mm-hmm. Well, a 1-1 tie for the moment, 1:40 after another icing call.
You don't remember those teams.
I don't, but I have seen highlights.
It was ugly hockey, man. It was really ugly defensive hockey.
Hollis, shot from the point, hits a couple sticks in front, but a friendly bounce for the Vikings. And a nice play by Maximiu to get around the defender and into the offensive zone before that puck is stripped once again by Asleason. Up to Lee to Asleason. Asleason out in front to Catelli. Catelli by himself, turned away at the blue line by Millis. And some good defense, utilizing the body there. And back out in front, a shot and another glove save. I don't know how he
did
sees
Endy
that.
see that puck through that traffic and make the save where he did?
I don't know. I cannot give you an answer on that. 4:24 to go. 54 seconds left in the power play. A 1-1 tie. Puck up against the boards in the corners. And back out to the middle of the ice. A couple of sticks getting in the way. Talon Endy trying to make another save, and he does. Scoops it up, a couple of backhands that found their way to the front of the net. And you can hear the rattling seat bleachers here as this game comes down to the wire. Face-off won by the junior Trevians, but cleared out by the Vikings. Back to retrieve it, Jackson Schneider. He tries to go cross ice, and now a breakaway. Shot, score! Short-handed Dominic Cantore.
Wow, a short-handed goal gives Orland Park a 2-1 lead. They are 4 minutes away from a date with the Blues tomorrow afternoon.
And a huge mistake by the junior Trevians on a turnover in the offensive zone. Right to Cantore, who makes it 2-1. So now if they can hold on to that for 4 minutes, they'll see the Chicago Blues tomorrow, as we'll get an icing call right off the whip.
This Vikings team has not had many chances, but the ones they've had, they've made stick.
Yeah, absolutely. So an offensive zone draw, still 13 minutes of power play for Wilmette. The one-man advantage, and they'll control the face-off. D to D. Hollis takes the shot, tipped right in front, and somehow Talon Endy still makes the save. I mean, that was a really good tip, too.
He gets low. Endy gets into that butterfly, and because of his size, he's able to go post to post with his left pad and his right pad. So if you're going to tip something, it has to bounce up over his pads. He's just a big goalie, and that's a huge bonus.
Hollis again. This time tries to go around the defender, makes the bad angle shot, and now it's behind and skips right out in front, and that puck will find its way all the way back out for an icing.
It feels like Wilmette is going to have to get Endy moving here in net somehow. These shots from even tips in, he's not having any trouble seeing. You got to get him moving left or right. Try to get those pads to break apart, because you're not going to beat him clean, or at least you haven't yet.
3:15 to go. We're back to even strength. Face-off won by the Vikings. And they will clear the zone as Prom is going to bring it back. And a nice toe drag shot.
Oh, what a save.
What a save. Toe save there by Ethan Kugler. And now the Junior Trevians coming the other way.
Kept Wilmette's season alive right
Mitchell
there.
to Asleason. Asleason pulled that one wide right. Kane Hayton will keep it back for Asleason. Asleason, middle of the ice, and another glove save by Talon Endy.
Again, Endy able to see the puck cleanly. You're just not going to have any success beating him that way right now.
2/3 of the world are covered by water, and the other third is covered
by Talon Endy.
There you go. .243 remaining. Another offensive zone draw for Wilmette as they look to get on the board one more time and send this thing to overtime. Right out in front, slap shot, and another save right in the chest.
Ooh,
that
bounce,
puck trickled through the crease. That's exactly the kind of opportunity Wilmette needs. Just nobody home as this one comes in on net. And Wilmette will play it. Good effort by goalie. Goalie looking cross ice. McKeimer tries to get to it. Schneider back now.
Kip did a good job dumping that deep.
Following up on it, that should not be a tripping call. Both players going for the puck, and now we are going to get a call.
Yeah, Cantori got taken down by the near post, pulled down from behind.
Going to go on Colt goalie, and that is not good for the Junior Trevians, who will now play 120 of the remaining 122 seconds on the PK, and we will get a timeout. We'll step aside for just a second. We'll come back with this power play to finish off a great game between the Vikings and the Junior Trevians. So a power play to finish this one off for the Orland Park Vikings as they look to advance and play the Chicago Blues tomorrow in the championship game. We will get a defensive zone draw won by the Junior Trevians as this one comes all the way back out. Shot on net Comes back out in front, now coming the other way. The Junior Trevians, it's a breakaway, one-on-one, shot, and score! You have got to be kidding me! Harrison McKeemer
Wow.
answers the shorthanded goal with another shorthanded goal. You cannot make that stuff up.
Yeah, Wilmette needed that one. They still need one more. Remember, the Junior Trevians have to win this game, but you don't win without tying it first.
At the very least, they've earned themselves an extra 5 minutes. Unbelievable. And the center ice face-off won by Wilmette, but now controlled by the Vikings. Mercer is in just barely onside. Sand now up against the boards on the near side. A minute and a half, and I don't know what to expect at this point with how this game has gone. Both teams with a shorthanded goal here in the third period. Mitchell cross ice. That one's going to go all the way into the offensive zone and recovered by Alex Millis. Now Hollis back for Wilmette. We got 60 seconds remaining in this final period in a 2-2 game. Junior Trevians controlling. Nice effort there by Asleason. Asleason forcing his way to the middle. Shot and smothered right in front by Talon Endy.
Yeah, Endy wasn't sure where that was. He looked down after making the save, but it's stuck in his body.
46.6 to go. 2-2 game. Oh, and it is worth mentioning now that Pearl Halak is back.
Yeah.
Served the 10-2 as that puck stuck in the corner. Now the Vikings with 40 seconds gonna try and clear it. They can't. A very good effort to keep it in by Teft, and now the Junior Trevians coming back into their own end, turned over, right back out into the goal
that puck's
crease.
loose.
Puck is loose and almost got in, and we did have a whistle blown.
Yeah, the referee lost the puck, but Cantori found it and almost jammed it in, but
Cantori already played hero once in this game for the Vikings. 20 seconds to do it again. He'll lose an edge in the corner. That one comes right back out in front. Shot and a block, I think, defensively there for Wilmette. That puck now taken away. Recovered. Shot right in front. Rebound. Score! It's Cantori again!
3.5 seconds left. Orland Park is going to go on to play the Blues. What a game.
Storybook finish. Unbelievable ending to this game.
That power play came back to bite the Wilmette Junior Trevians. They got the game tying goal shorthanded, but couldn't get out of their own zone in the last 20 seconds.
Yep.
And Orland Park is going to go on to take on the Chicago Blues tomorrow.
And that will do it. The Orland Park Vikings advance to the championship game in style. A 3-2 win.
One of the best crowds we've seen
Unbelievable.
at either weekend here. This Orland Park Vikings squad has been impressive.
Well, we will take a breather after that one and get ready for our 9th game of the night, but you witnessed a good one here on Stream Sports Midwest. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next, we have
the battle for St. Louis.
Battle for St. Louis, the Eagles and the Knights in just a few minutes.
It's the battle for the arch, the battle for the barbecue, the battle for St. Louis. It's the Eagles and the Knights. Game 9 of 10 in a Peewee major matchup. Not a ton at stake in this one. The Knights are 0-2, while the Eagles are 0-1-1. The Eagles still have a chance if they win this game big over the Knights, and then the Sabres lose to Winnetka. All right, I think we are back after 12 hours at the rink. My broadcast partner, Joe Williamson, just stepped on the power cord. I wish I was kidding, but Joe just stepped on the power cord and disconnected everything.
Hey, we're back.
We are back. And as I was saying before Joe decided we didn't need power to do this.
Correct.
Right now, the Knights are 0-2, so they're looking to play spoiler. The Eagles can still advance with a win and a Sabres loss to Winnetka on the rink behind us, which will be the last game of the night on the rink behind us. So still some stuff to play for here for the St. Louis Eagles. Need a win, and they need to win by a bunch. They probably need to win by, right now the goal differential is 5 between the two teams. The Sabres are +3, and the Eagles are a -2. So the Eagles need a big win here in this one, and then hope to get a little bit of help from Winnetka on the other side of the bracket. And we're underway here, the Eagles and the Knights. This is Tyler Sherwood, and this Eagles team did not play that long ago. It was just a couple of hours, Joe. Usually there's a pretty big gap there between morning games and afternoon games, but just a few hours for the Eagles. That's swept out in front. Knights dig it to center. Back to Lehman. Graham Lehman forward to Sherwood. Sherwood bumps into Schwarz. Collision along the near half wall. That'll come to center ice. Taken over by Eli Rutherford, and we got a trip going against the Eagles. And we've also hit the dinner food portion of the broadcast, in that Joe brought us some chicken tenders before the game.
I found them downstairs.
Yeah, they're pretty darn good. I only had one bite so far, but they look good. So I'll stop in between periods here. This is me eating a French fry. Good French fries.
ASMR.
Oh, yeah. Good French fries. Good food here in West Dundee. Faceoff will come to the right of Brody Richardson, number 51 in goal for the Eagles. Back to the point. The voice is starting to go.
Yep.
This is game 9. And
mine's definitely going.
Yep, we got one more to go after this. And then I have 4 more tomorrow.
Yeah, good luck with those.
It's all right. I'm looking forward to it. They're championship games,
true.
man. You get up for them. Even as a broadcaster, you get up for them. You know that.
Absolutely.
Eagles work it to center. Flynn 1-on-2 shorthanded. He'll try to cut through the defense. That's swept away. That's Alex Gill starting in goal for the Knights in this one. Game 1 was Burke Schwab. Now the far side come the Knights. Trying to drag through is Luke Jackson. He can't. That's cleared out by the Eagles. Just underway here, game 9 of 10. Evan Johnson hammers it deep. Now in the far corner. Back to the point. D to D, Johnson. Cross ice pass. Bad angle off the body of Richardson. The rebound is deflected into the corner, and I'm now sticking to the floor here in West Dundee, one of the young teams. And I don't want to blame anybody because I don't want to get any of the kids into trouble because they're just kids being kids. But one of the kids, and then one of the teams was screwing around behind me before the game, and we got a loose puck. And trying to drag and tuck was Schwarz, but that was a pretty save made by Richardson. Long story short, a can of Celsius was spilled at my feet. I'm here for 12 hours, nothing goes wrong, and then right at the very end.
Somebody spills Celsius, and then somebody else, some idiot, just steps on a power cord.
Yeah, I don't know who that would have been. thankfully, we've got the Ethernet, and so we didn't lose everything. And just took the camera a second to power back up. The computer, because thankfully the computer has a battery that works. Imagine if that had gone dead.
That is true. Yeah, we gave everybody a little bit of a scare.
Might have had to have fired you on the spot. Just go home, Joe.
It's okay. You can't fire me from my other job.
No,
so.
you can't, which means I would be stuck with you all summer.
That would be rather awkward.
It would be awkward, yeah. Draw to the right of Richardson. Power play is up. Now Paul Valdez, top of the near circle, and sticking the glove out. Make the catch is Alex Gill.
It's a good save right there by Alex Gill, reaching that glove to the left side.
I just had another French fry.
I want to eat my chicken tendies.
Now we'll wait until the period's over. It's okay. We only got about worst case, we wait about an hour and we eat everything in between the 9th and the 10th game, but I think we'll have some time. We'll be all right.
We'll have some time.
Food portion of the broadcast.
Yes. Oh, it's about that time.
It is dinner time.
Who was it? Somebody told us we had a good burger review earlier.
Yeah,
today.
that was during the lunch portion of our broadcast. We had one of the parents come up to us and tell us that
I think it was one of the Knights teams.
It may have been that Granddad wasn't able to come, but he enjoyed our food review of the cheeseburger and French fries here in West Dundee.
Which were very good, by the way.
Yeah, they were very good.
I mean, we were also really hungry, so.
And I'm really hungry right now.
Yeah. Hence, we're talking about food.
Yeah, so just a little bit of backstory. Joe and I, during the summer, are the broadcasters for the Chicago Dogs, which is an independent league team here in Chicago. Closest team to you guys down in St. Louis would probably be the Kansas City Monarchs, right?
Actually, no, the Gateway Grizzlies.
Oh, Gateway Grizzlies, right. Okay, yeah, different league, same concept. Anyway, Joe and I typically have a food portion of the broadcast. When we get hungry, we tend to talk about food on air. And
usually comes at about the 6th or 7th inning.
Right.
Yeah.
Today it came in about the 5th game, I think. And then again in the 9th.
Yep.
Puck is swept out to center ice. Jones goes left to right, but that put Caden Johnston in ahead of the play.
And I'm going to eat a fry.
Go for it. Go for it. Eagles behind their own net, almost give it away, but it's taken in the far corner. Now pushed out. Swept into the far corner where Sam Jones will take it for the Knights. Kept in by the Eagles, walking top of the near circle, over skating it was Kane Sell. Caden Johnston. Nowhere to go with it. It ends up behind the net. Near side with 8 minutes left. Noah Pozzo behind the net to Harrison Mizuraka, who played really well in that first game for the Knights. Now Sell. And I got to know if there's a family member of Kane Sell watching. Are mom and dad Blackhawks fans? And we talked about this in the last game, right? His name is Kane and he wears number 88, but this is a team from St. Louis. So I'm just wondering how we got from A to B.
Yeah.
So if there's a Sell member, family member watching, I'd love to know the story behind that. Drag through.
Hey, you could have a situation like my family. My parents grew up in St. Louis. But I grew up in Chicago, and yet I've always been a St. Louis sports fan. But
well, that's because of your family.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We could have an opposite situation.
Right, that's true. Good point. Good point. But yeah, I would love to know. So if anybody knows, just let us know in chat, because I love that stuff. Here's Schwartz, then across ice pass to Luke Jackson. Jackson to his forehand. Schwartz tries to dangle through traffic. He can't. The puck's loose at the near post. Now Schwartz back to the point. Johnson. Evan Johnson winds up the deflection by Jackson, goes wide of the far post. Now below the red line. Jackson now in the corner, goes back behind the net. Eddie Peterson tries the hard backhand pass out, but there's nobody on the other end, and the Eagles will dump it in. So they go for a change. Jack Suda back on it for the Knights. I'll come out to center ice. Player right in front of you. Almost a giveaway there into the body of Parker Klukies. Klukies and Gavin Madison, the two forecheckers right now, probably the two best skaters for the Eagles in that first game.
Yeah, they both had great games. Madison works really quickly. His feet go fast. He can go left to right quickly. He does stuff like that.
Yeah, a lot of hard backhand from a bad angle, but got a lot on it, put it right in on goal. It's backhanded up the wall, kept in at the far point. The wrist shot knocked down. Edmondson now near point. That long pass will miss everybody, and that'll come down for an icing with 5:20 left. First period, no score, Eagles and Knights. Game 9 of 10. Joe, 5 periods left, 25 down. We said good morning at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
That was the Yellow Jackets and Winnetka in a Squirt minor matchup. 7 a.m. was a long time ago.
I have no sense of time in here.
No, like I said, a little bit different than last week, though, in that we can actually see.
True.
Well, now it's dark, so
we
just know it's night now. But we can at least see some sunlight as
Klukies
somehow gets that shot off as he's being taken down, and he's going to go over the crossbar. Alex Gill gloved it down to make the save.
And that was a ridiculous move by Klukies. I don't know how he even found space for a shot there.
Draw will come to the right of Gill. 5:05 left in the first. Eagles have it. Doesn't make it in on Gill. Mizaraka will fire it around the near wall. And skating out is Logan Rubin, 2-on-2. Rubin with Robson. Rubin right through the defense, and he scores! Logan Rubin just kept moving forward and makes it 1-0 Knights.
Yeah, that was a great play. Did not give up any part of the ice. He just kept chugging through, and he found the back of the net on a nice shot.
He's like Dory. He just kept moving forward until he had some space and went top corner. 1-0.
That was a good reference.
Thank you.
Do you ever actually watch that movie?
Of course.
Okay.
I've got 4 kids, dude.
Well, that's fair.
Sell the shot into the body of Alex Gill. And you've met them all.
I have a little sister, and I never watched Frozen 2. I just saw the first one.
Okay. Well, still. I've seen Finding Nemo probably 50 times in my life.
Well, that one was during my childhood. I watched that one a million times, too.
So the Knights up 1-0. Pozzo. Come down with Johnston. He'll stop at the near half wall. Come back to the point to Robinson, who will wind up take the shot. Misses all the tips, goes wide, and now the Eagles start up ice. Down the far wall is Zuschel. Zuschel drives the net and just deflects the puck in on goal, and Gill holds the far post. Zuschel again cuts in between the dots, and shots knocked down.
A good forecheck will earn you some extra shots on net and some extra offensive zone time.
Huntbrinker loses the puck. Eagles maintain possession. Lehman looking for the tip out in front. Behind the net, 3.5 minutes left. Knights start up ice. Long aerial pass looking for Pozzo, goes through. And Lehman is there to play it for the Eagles. We're gonna have a penalty called on the Knights. We're gonna get a hit from behind. That arm on the chest. Penalty on the Knights.
This will be big for the Eagles. down
chance to
1-0.
get even.
Yeah.
Chance to get even here in the first period. Madigan will take the face-off for the St. Louis Eagles. He had a goal in that first game. Rutherford just holds, looking for a passing lane, a shooting lane, something. Instead goes deep, gets it back at the near point. Nowhere to go. Cross ice pass, Flynn. Flynn out in front, Madigan off the post. Madigan swept away nicely and cleared out by Eddie Peterson. Right back though is Rutherford. Near circle, drop pass, cross ice. Flynn stick handles through. That puck is still loose. A shot by Madigan goes wide. Rutherford at the near point. Down the wall and goes behind the net. Flynn can't play it. Evan Johnson for the Knights, up and out. And we get a whistle for an offsides, I think. 56 seconds left on the power play. Two minutes left in the period. That's up the wall and out. Good PK here by the Knights as the Eagles were able to get set up initially on the power play, but couldn't really get anything moving. On a 23 seconds, this is Valdez. Back to the points, Jake Smith. The shot there is knocked down by, that's Trip Hagley. 2 seconds, one, power plays up, high slot, Valdez, his shot goes wide. Donnelly. Minute 3 left. Knights with a 1-0 lead. Kept in, no, not kept in at the point. That gets underneath Hagley. He'll go back and play it with Schwartz on his back. Hagley comes out the far side, his attempted pass knocked down, but now he'll come over to the near wall and pick it up. Hagley gains the red line and dumps with 30 seconds left. Knights push it around the near wall. It hits something and takes a funny bounce. Luca Robson now. Behind the goal. Eagles get cut off at the blue line with 8 seconds left. Robson will just skate back into his own zone with 3. Take it behind his net with 1, and the first period is done. Well, the first period of the Battle of St. Louis goes to the Knights. They lead 1-0. We'll be back with second period action in just a minute. 1 period down and 1 chicken tender down. I was able to get through 1 chicken tender and a few fries in between periods 1 and 2. I expect to do more of the same during periods 2 and 3. They're good chicken tenders, man. You don't normally think like hockey rink, youth hockey rink food is going to be good, but I've been impressed today.
That was fantastic.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow when I'm going to get lunch here again. I got to decide, though. Do I go burger or do I go chicken tenders?
Well, I guess you're only here for 1 meal, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, technically I could get breakfast, but I might just do that on the way.
Nah.
We didn't have any donuts this week like we did last week.
That's true. Yeah.
Kane Sell in his own zone. His team down 1-0.
Did we ever get an answer in chat, by the way?
No. Nobody wants to tell me what's going on with Kane Sell. I'm going to have to do some efforting.
Some efforting?
Yeah.
My efforting consists of scarfing down chicken tenders.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm okay with that.
That's me efforting to not fall asleep while monitoring the camera.
Yeah.
You know,
got to get some of that food energy in here over the next, really 2 hours, maybe hour and a half that we've got left. Shot deflects wide of Gill, near corner up the wall. Sam Jones can't play it. Back to the point, Zuschel. Zuschel's shot hits a body in front. That shot by Wiscon is knocked down. He doesn't get it off cleanly. Zuschel back up the wall. Kept in at the point for the moment and now out. Noah Pozzo spins around, leaves the puck behind, and Caden Johnston clears it in deep. Graham Lehman, for Sell. Gives it away at the blue line. Peterson, shot from the near dots. That'll end up at the feet of Brody Richardson, who gets the start in game 2. It was Ian Phillips in game 1 for the Eagles.
He had a very good game.
He did. 12:27 left, about a minute and a half gone by here in period 2. Draw to the right of Richardson. Now Lehman, pass a little bit behind Flynn. He has to go get it, and he can't get there before Harrison Mizuraka. It's no icing. Attempted clear is deflected and then thrown in on Richardson, who has to stick it into the near corner. Eli Rutherford along the wall and out indirect. Pushed forward by Madigan, trying to show off that speed. He gets taken down inside the blue line, and the Eagles just have to play the puck back into their own zone, and this is going to end up in icing.
Yeah, kind of an awkward situation there for the Eagles trying to get back on sides. Madigan, of course, was stuck down over there by the boards.
Faceoff will come to the right of Richardson. It'll be Logan Rubin for the Knights. Wins it clean. That shot goes wide by Luca Robson. Flynn up the wall, kept in. Shot from the far point, all the way through into the near corner. And out. Madigan takes it wide. Fires the shot, the bouncing puck. And the save is made by Gill as he belly flops on top of the puck. They got a whistle and a face-off.
Unbelievable save there. That puck popped up in the air right in front of the net. Somehow able to cover it is Gill.
Was it this gentleman here to our right?
Who?
Who told us about the food portion?
I don't think so. No, it was not.
No? It's a similar looking guy. Scruffy beard, not a lot of hair, kind of like me.
I think it was a different guy.
I'll take your word for it, man. I don't.
To be
fair,
though,
if he doesn't have a jersey and a number on, I've got no idea today.
Well, right, yeah, exactly.
It's up the wall, kept in. Nope, not kept in. That'll come off the stick of Hunter Brinker. And now 2-on-1, Donnelly with Valdez. Donnelly's shot. All right, pad save made by Alex Gill. Valdez Gets tied up, loses the puck. Hunter Brinker. Valdez now in the corner. Throws it out in front. He was looking for Adam Donnelly, but good stick work by the Knights there. Swept far side, front of the penalty boxes. Going down is Bradley Robinson. Logan Rubin behind the net. The goal scorer tries the wraparound on the backhand, but holding the near post was Richardson. That's up the wall, but not out. Pozzo. Now Valdez. Cross ice, Donnelly, nice feed there. Donnelly overskates it a little bit, tries the backhand, Valdez! Oh, so close. Valdez not able to finish, but he was all alone at the near post. Little pretty give and go between Donnelly and Valdez.
Yeah, right idea and almost the right execution too. Just missed that one by a couple of inches.
Kept in at the near point, far point rather, shot in and out of the glove of Richardson. Up to Valdez, gets his pocket picked, kept in there by Johnston. Caden Johnston on the backhand, can't get a clean look. He's now pinned in the corner, gets double team, knocked down, and that's gonna be a penalty on Graham Lehman. With 8:54 left, it's 1-0 Knights, and they'll go on the power play.
Yeah, big opportunity to make this a 2-goal game for the Knights. Up 1-0.
Draw to the left of Richardson. Luke Jackson on the draw, wins it clean, back to Suda. Suda's shot deflected through, the puck is still loose, bouncing around in the slot. Picked up by the Eagles and cleared in.
Another impressive save down to our left. So we are 1:45 remaining on this power play.
All right, I'm back. Dad time.
Oh.
I had to go ask the young men behind us who were playing loud catch with the puck to move to the other side because I could hear them in my headphones, and it was kind of distracting. So up the near wall. Madigan gets bumped. He keeps moving forward, but loses the puck eventually. And now Zuschel cross ice. Sell, and I think that hit an Eagle. It did hit an Eagle on the bench, so we'll have a face-off with 8:16 left. Knights looking good in this one. They struggled in their, well, they lost to the Sabres in that game earlier today. I'm getting all my Eagles and Knights mixed up here.
St. Louis teams?
Yeah, they lost to the Sabres in that first game, but look pretty good so far here today, while the Eagles lost to Winnetka. Knights on the power play. Here's Madigan, shorthanded, and he'll just run into Henry Schwarz, and Schwarz holding that right arm. He looks like he's all right. That'll come out to center ice. Played here by Huntbrinker. Cut off the blue line, but there's a slap shot from a bad angle that goes behind the net. Zuschel tries to work it up the far wall and can't. It's forced to be blockered away by Richardson. Now out in front. That puck is, oh, how did that stay out of the net?
I think it hit both posts.
It may have hit the crossbar as well. It came out the near, it went far side off the post, came out the near side, but somehow stayed out of the net.
I'm awake again.
That would be called a double doink.
Goodness.
Something you're not allowed to talk about here in Chicago.
No. But it's two St. Louis teams, so we're fine.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm not a Bears fan,
and
so.
Yeah, that's fair.
So it doesn't matter to me.
Yep. Although you may have just jinxed the game tomorrow.
No, let's not get into that. That would be a record teardown time for me tomorrow. Our last game is due to end around 3 o'clock. I am a Patriots fan, so I will be throwing all of my junk in a plastic bag and dealing with putting everything where it belongs later in the day.
Is it 5:30? Is that kickoff?
Yeah, I should have plenty of time. It only takes me about 15 minutes to tear down, and then I got about a 45-minute drive to my Super Bowl party. Which, by the way, my pastor is from Seattle.
Oh.
So he and I haven't spoken much in the last 2 weeks. And I love him, and I love him to death, but he and I haven't spoken much in the last 2 weeks.
Beef with your pastor.
That's right. I got pastor beef.
I love it. Not pasteurized beef.
No, pastor
beef.
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah, Donnelly down the near side. And I will give him a hard time because he said on Facebook he was watching the AFC Championship game and he made the statement that after watching these two teams play in the AFC Championship game, the Eagles shouldn't, or the Seahawks shouldn't have much of a problem.
Well, I mean, they're also not going to play in like 10 degrees and snow.
Right.
So
right.
That's the big difference there.
Eagles walking through. Behind the nets. 1-0, shot in and a score. Adam Donnelly breaks through Alex Gill and it's 1-1.
Yeah, that was bound to happen soon. You could tell that the Eagles were getting ready to put one in the back of the net there. The offensive zone time was starting to pile up, and they found a play right there. Donnelly buries it.
Yeah, they got one to tie it at 1 here in the second. Eagles win the draw, now tied at 1. Swept in by the goal scorer, Donnelly. 5:20 left in the second. Evan Johnson around the wall. You know, and neither of these teams are likely to be playing tomorrow, but you want to get out of here with a victory, right?
Totally.
You want to at least win one playoff game, and if you're going to win one, it may as well be your last one.
Yeah.
That deflected puck is in. The shot from the point, I think that was Hagley from the point. I don't know who's going to get credit for the goal, but Hagley took the shot. It bounced inside the far post, and just like that, the Eagles have taken a 2-1 lead.
Unbelievable play. Hard to tell who got that one right out in front, but a beautiful tip nonetheless. And nothing Gill can do about that.
Nope, he was going to his left. The puck bounced back to his right. So all of a sudden, the Eagles are up 2-1. Giveaway in center ice. McTague for the Knights into the feet of Luke Jackson. Kane Sell tries to go through McTague and can't. There's a shot that sticked aside. The rebound shot. That was good back check work by the Eagles there to take the puck away. Come all the way down into the Knights zone, where it's played by Harrison Mizuraka. Up along the wall and kept in for the moment by the Eagles. That's going to be a penalty on the Knights. Thrown out in front, looking for Sell, doesn't work. It's touched up by Patrick McTague, and the Eagles will go on the power play.
Richardson skated quickly to the bench, and right as he got there, the whistle blew. His coach gave him a pat on the back and said, all right, head back.
It'll be Harrison Mizuraka in the penalty box. Draw to the right of Alex Gill, 4:04 left in the second. Eagles win the draw cleanly. Far half wall.
Ooh.
Out in front looking for Sell for the tip. That's deflected back to the point. Lehman, his shot through. Comes over to the near wall where it's Banged out by the Knights. Now Robson with some speed down the near side, but he's 1-on-4. It's pushed off the puck along the near wall. And now out. Valdez, Sell. Sherwood goes after it in the corner. That hops up in the air. Sherwood now behind the nets. Back to the point, Lehman. Lehman through. It's deflected high and wide. Up and out as Zuschel has to go back and play it. Lehman back to Zuschel. Zuschel now Sell. Kane Sell. Top of the near circle. Pass out in front. Coleman, he shoots. And Gill makes the save.
Yeah, great effort there by Coleman. Had that puck all the way out, arms extended, and then brought it right back for a quick shot.
That save deserves a French fry.
There you go.
2 minutes, 57 seconds left.
It's like those promos. If the Eagles win, you win. Get free French fries at any participating location.
That save has earned everybody a French fry.
If you have a French fry, eat it now.
Suda takes the shot. It's saved by Richardson. He drops it for Rutherford. Kept in at the points, but this time Richardson will cover up. That also deserves a French fry.
Is it just any save that warrants a whistle?
Well, it's every time I look at the French fries and I go, I want a French fry.
Fair enough.
You can always justify eating a French fry.
Yeah, that's true.
Trying to jam it in that far post and unable to. Good indirect pass there for Wiscon. Wiscon taken down from behind by Pozzo, no call. Comes all the way down into the Eagles zone. Stolen away there by the Knights. Back to the far point, Evan Johnson through some traffic. Near side now. Out to center ice with it is Madigan with some speed. Madigan to his right, stops onto his forehand. He can't pull the trigger. It's into the neutral zone as the power play is up with 1:40 left. Caden Johnston in the corner, gets knocked down from behind. No whistle. I think just leaning on him caused him to go down, and we're gonna face off there as the puck gets tied up. Minute 31 left in the second period, or as I like to say, period 26 out of 30 is finishing up here. Well, technically 27 out of 31, because we did have a 17-second overtime period, and that counts. Shot score! Henry Schwartz off the face-off, just able to chip it up over the left shoulder of Brody Richardson, and we're tied again at 2.
Look at that. The Eagles come from behind to make it 2-1, and now to answer back, the Knights make it a 2-2 game. Schwartz with a nice goal right off the face-off.
That was a two-fry goal right there.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought you would take a bite of a tendy for that.
No, I gotta wait, because that's too much chewing.
That's fair.
French fry, you can take one bite, one chew, and you're done.
Yep. No, I get it.
2-2 with 1:20 left. These last couple games have been phenomenal. We had an overtime game. The last game, we had a game-winning goal with 3.5 seconds left. Both of those games were to determine who was going to play in the Peewee Minor Championship tomorrow. So big-time goals and big-time games. And we got another good one here. It's 2-2 with a minute left in the second.
Exactly what you want when we're talking about playoff hockey, right?
Yep. Jackson one-hands it forward. Luke Jackson into the attacking zone. Jackson cuts to his left, and he roofs it. Luke Jackson, the second goal in the last 30 seconds for the Knights, makes it 3-2.
Unbelievable. Goes top shelf. Once again, and for the second time this period, 2 goals have just flipped this game on its head.
You got to go down and tap your goalie.
Yep.
47 seconds left, 3-2. Knights now with the lead. Pushed forward by Robson. Robson gets hit from behind, and I think Madigan's gonna go. Yep. We got an offsides, but at the same time, Madigan's gonna go to the box. That might be more than just the 2.
Could be 2 and 10.
He gets the 2 and 10 as well. It looks like it's just gonna be a rough though, and not a hit from behind.
He'll hang out with the backup goaltender in.
So it will just be the 2-minute variety. Faceoff will come to the left of Brody Richardson. Not a good end to this period for the Eagles. Give up a couple of goals, commit a penalty. That shot is blockered away by Richardson into the near corner. Robson behind the net, 28 seconds. That's onto the stick of Klukees. Klukees tries to shove it forward for Flynn, but that doesn't work. 18 seconds left now. Long indirect pass hits Robson. Good feed. Robson stops, top of the near circle. His shot is, I think, deflected on the way in. Richardson was able to track it to his right pad and then cover up with 7 seconds left.
Yeah, nice job by Robson there to settle that puck and get a nice clean shot on net.
Face-off for Logan Rubin. Still a chance for the Knights if they can win the face-off clean. They do. Comes to the far side, the shot. And we have 1.2 left. What do we got? They just lose. I think the ref just lost the puck, maybe?
I think it was covered up, actually.
That came out behind the net.
Well, then maybe not. I missed that part.
That's all right. And that'll do it for period number 2. A wild end of the second period as the Knights pick up 2. We go to the third period. St. Louis Knights lead the St. Louis Eagles 3-2. Final 14 in the battle for St. Louis. The Knights hanging on to a 3-2 lead against the Eagles. Knights on the power play here as well. Behind the net, the Eagles have the puck. Behind Valdez up the near wall, and they'll just skate forward with it. Looking for Klukees, doesn't work. Taken by Sam Jones. Jones tries to go through the defense. He has it below the red line now. Finds Pozzo. Pozzo. Now Johnson. Pozzo back to the point. That pass will elude Evan Johnson, and he'll have to go back and play it in his own zone with 36 seconds left on this man advantage. Now Sam Jones across the blue line. Parker Klukees takes it away. Klukees to Valdez. Valdez 1-on-2. Valdez with some speed, has it deep. Has Klukees out in front. He's covered nicely though. And he pushed off the puck is Zuschel. He'll stay strong on it though, and then he has his pocket picked. Now a potential 3-on-1 if they hurry. Nice feed out to Pozzo. Noah Pozzo stick lifted by Klukees. That puck makes it in on Richardson, and it goes wide. Klukees as the power plays up. Go ahead, Joe.
I was going to say good back check there right by the Eagles to not allow an easy 3-on-1 opportunity.
Giveaway slap shot. Now Valdez with Madigan, who's out of the penalty box. More good back check work by the Knights there to take the puck away from Valdez. Now Luke Jackson, who has a goal today. The shot through that deflected. I think that deflected off Graham Lehman, and that ended up in the back of the net. That went off of the Eagles defender, and the Knights have scored 3 straight goals. They're up 4-2.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for the Eagles, and specifically for Eagles goaltender
Brody
Richardson. Yeah, that's an unfortunate turn of events.
So we got one more game to go after this. It'll be Wilmette versus the Blues, and that is an important one. The Blues and Wilmette are both 1-0-1, so the winner of that game will go on to play either Winnetka or the Sabres in the Peewee Major Championship. So that's a big one coming up, and the final game of the day. It should be enough for you and I to get up for one more big game,
yeah, we
right?
can do it.
Center ice with the puck. Schwartz loses it to Sherwood. Sherwood's pass is deflected down, but it ends up on the stick of Klukes. Klukes has Coleman with him. Good defensive work by Luke Jackson to stick the puck away. Now Jackson takes it right up the middle. Backhands it forward for Robson. That'll end up behind Richardson, now up the near wall. Pass by Peterson goes to nobody in particular. Oh, great defense there by Luke Jackson to dive and stop the potential breakaway by Sherwood. There's a giveaway at the blue line by the Eagles. Knights have scored 3 goals in about the last 5 minutes of actual gameplay. They were down 2-1. It's now 4-2. Scored out in front where Graham Lehman will get knocked down, loses the puck. And we're going to get a penalty called on the Knights. That's why he lost the puck. He got knocked down. Can't do that.
Well, the Knights turning this game around just goes to show you how quickly a hockey game can change. Like you said, in about 5 minutes of gameplay, turned it around from a 2-1 deficit to a 4-2 lead.
Madigan will take the face-off for the Eagles.
Eagles need a power play goal here.
Tossed is Logan Rubin. Won cleanly by the Eagles. Rutherford near point. Now on the blue line, Flynn tries to jam it from a bad angle behind the nets. Rutherford's slap shot goes high and wide. Flynn in the far corner will tap it back to Jack Edmondson. Edmondson loses the puck, but it's deep. Throwing it out front to Flynn, and he can't tap it home. Knights able to flip it to center. That'll go underneath Edmondson, and that will give Rubin a chance to play it. Logan Rubin, the shot, and it's knocked down, and Rubin went into the boards hard, and he is down behind the play. He went down really, really hard as he went into the boards. He's getting up, though. Or at least he's on all fours, and he will get himself to his feet. And there's always a question there, right? Like, the play, he was behind the play.
Right.
The Eagles had possession of the puck. They're on the power play. Like, do you blow the whistle or not? Like, he looked hurt, so I think you have to.
Agreed.
But there's always a question. You know, the Eagles had momentum going the other way, completely away from where he was. But, you know, player safety, I think, is first and foremost.
Absolutely.
And I think it's the right call. Valdez on the draw. He'll walk across the blue line with it. 10 minutes left. Into the far corner. Pozzo will clear it to center. It's through Trip Hagley. And cleared the length of the ice. I think that's going to be, not going to be an icing. It's played by Jake Smith behind his own net. 9.5 left, 43 seconds left on the power play. Valdez down the near wing. Jumps around the hit, goes into the corner with the puck. Played down there now, coming off the wall. The centering feed getting knocked down is Parker Klukes. I Oh, we might see a call there as well as Klukes was knocked down going for the puck. Hagley. Long aerial pass is deflected in. Donnelly, one of the goal scorers for the Eagles, will be the first one on it. Gets some help from Valdez. Valdez, the backhand up over the crossbar.
I like the idea there. Try to beat him high.
That'll do it on the power play as both teams are back to full strength. Klukes runs into Pozzo. It's thrown opposite side, and we will have an icing with 8:40 left. Eagles still with a 2-goal deficit to dig out of here.
That icing, I think, deserves a fry.
I told you, man. It's you know, I mean, you can make up the rules as you go along. No one's going to complain.
Absolutely. My feet are sticky over here, too.
That's because that's where it spilled. It literally went on all the cords and all the cables and everything. And
nice.
I guess it's no worse than unplugging everything when the stream goes live, though, Joe.
Yeah, except you don't have to deal with the after effects of an unplug.
Almost did. There's a collision along the near half wall. Eagles down 2, and we're going to have a 2-on-1. Sell with Sherwood. Sell takes the shot that's in and out of the glove of Alex Gill. Sherwood not able to get back quickly enough. Now Coleman clears it in. Now out to center ice. Opposite corner clear in. Back out to center where Johnson will play it for the Knights. Cleared in by Jackson. Lehman will go get it. Lehman gives it away, but that ends up in the feet of the referee. Pozzo. Stick handles in the corner. Throws it behind the net for Luke Jackson, who gets pushed off the puck. Jumping around the hit was Eddie Peterson. And now Madigan. Madigan looking for the hard pass up ice for Sawyer Coleman, and Coleman was frustrated. You saw his shoulders just drop after they weren't able to connect on that pass. Rutherford now up the near wall. In the corner with it. Carter Flynn gets double teamed, taken away by Harrison Mizuraka. The Knights are fine with this.
Yep.
Just clearing, just killing time. You got 5 skaters over there in the corner. 3 Knights, 2 Eagles. Eventually the Eagles will win it. Back to the point. The shot through, the deflection wide of the far post. Rutherford takes the puck, slides it towards the goal. Flynn takes the shot and making the save, and then post-whistle shenanigans.
BWS, baby.
That's right.
And the Eagles putting pucks on net here, not going down without a fight, that's for sure.
6 minutes, 4 seconds left. Draw will come to the right of Alex Gill. We got one more after this. That's a big one coming up. That will be the Wilmette Junior Trevians and the Chicago Blues. Winner to advance. Rutherford up the wall. Now his second attempt hits the shaft of a stick. He'll have to go back and play it to Edmondson. Up to Donnelly. Donnelly over skates. Tries the backhand feed to Klukes, and that's just cleared out. Edmondson straight up through center ice. Valdez. Bad angle. It's Knocked down by Gill as he holds the near post. Deflection out in front. Valdez tried to dig it out and tuck it home, but he couldn't. Minute 23 left on this penalty to the Knights. Eagles, kind of a must-score power play here,
Yeah.
Joe.
Absolutely. You need to get one in the next minute 23, and that sets you up to pull the goalie and have the man advantage again in the last couple minutes and try and tie this game up. We saw some crazier things happen in the game before this, so anything is possible, that's for sure.
Out to center ice, Smith. Valdez pulls it to himself. Kluke's shot high. Got all of that one. That's kept in at the far point, but it does come out. Hagley across the blue line. Shot gets deflected down. The Knights up the wall and will come out to the neutral zone. Logan Rubin. Back to Jake Smith behind the net with 4.5 left. Long pass looking for Kluke's doesn't work. Jack Suda will take it for the Knights with 26 seconds left on the power play. Knights possess here, Alex Zarega. Chipped to center with 10 seconds left on the power play. Zarega will just clear it in. Smith, power plays up. And you see some more frustration there. Kluke's and Coleman or Sell run into each other on the blue line.
Yeah. Just the communication is not 100% there right now for the Eagles.
Zuschel along the near wall. Madigan tries to hit Coleman, but a little too much on that pass, and that'll be an icing with 3.5 left. When you get home tonight, put your feet in a salt bath. Do you have any Epsom salt in your house?
Considering the fact that I'm moving into an apartment as we speak, no.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to do when I get home. Makes your feet feel great.
I will shower, though.
Well, sure. But a foot bath is a wonderful thing. Another icing here.
I do love me a
Eagles.
good foot bath, especially back when I played baseball. You come home and you're just disgusting.
Yeah.
Foot bath first, cool down, and then you take a shower.
My wife turned me on to the foot baths. At first I was like, just take a shower, man, you know?
Yeah.
But there's something about soaking your feet
totally.
in a hot bucket, like almost too hot to put your feet in.
Right.
Looking forward to that.
I think, if I remember this correctly, I'm pretty sure your feet are actually where most of the heat leaves and enters your body. So if your feet are cold, the rest of your body is going to be cold, and if your feet are warm, the rest of your body will be warm.
Not
as
to
well.
turn into the medical portion of the call, but you can get a lot of like toxins and stuff out through your feet as well.
Okay, there you go.
So
I don't know if we've ever had a medical portion of the broadcast before.
No, we are not medical
We
professionals.
are really
All I
not.
can tell you is that foot baths with Epsom salt feels really good after a long day. Beyond that, I know nothing.
I can tell you more than I could have before I started dating my now wife.
That's
who
true.
Works
That's
in the
right.
medical field.
Absolutely, yeah. I'll come out to center ice. Schwarz, top of the near circle, deflected. Kluke's behind his own net with under 3 minutes left now. Kluke's to Valdez. Valdez knocked off the puck. Another giveaway in the neutral zone by the Eagles, but they'll play this. Lehman. Madigan, one-touch pass underneath the stick of Kluke's, and he's forced to just sweep it deep, where it's taken by Harrison Mizuraka.
Good effort there by Kluke's to get it in at least.
Madigan's shot deflected. Pushed off the side of the net. The puck is just sitting there by the near post and cleared out by the Knights. Shot through some traffic, and Kluke's is able to bury it with 2:06 left on the rebound. Makes it 4-3.
Wow, and the Eagles, a last chance effort there, and they got the rebound goal, bringing them back within one. Now you feel like you can definitely do something about this 1-goal deficit.
Well, you got 2 minutes left. Figure about a minute before you pull the goalie. 4-3, Knights with the lead. Valdez knocked off his stick and cleared in by Zarega. Over there to play it is Henry Zuschel. Zuschel over skates. Zarega, that may have clipped the crossbar on the way through. Again, Valdez over skates.
Under 2 minutes. I think if the Eagles can clear the zone, you'll probably see the goalie head off here.
Pass to Valdez, nice feed up ahead to Valdez. Valdez takes it deep. Comes out the far side, and they did indeed pull their goalies. The Eagles with 6 skaters on the ice. Kept in, Zuschel fires the wrist shot that goes wide. Klukie's behind the net. Klukie's looking for Madigan. That pass doesn't work, and that puck is in the back of the net. Ruben with the empty netter makes it 5-3.
And of course it was Ruben. Started the scoring for the Knights. He'll finish the scoring for the Knights. 1:09 remaining in a 2-goal game. And it looks like the Knights might be on top of this battle for St. Louis here.
I'm looking at the scores on the other rinks. We got a 6-4 game in the third period on one rink, and then a 6-5 final behind us. High-scoring affairs.
Yeah.
Cleared deep with 58 left. Donnelly behind the nets. Donnelly was looking for Madigan, but his pass got sticked down. Rutherford keeps it at the points. Back on the forehand, Rutherford dangles. That shot's off the side of the nets. Our side of the ice. Sam Jones just pins it up against the wall with 30 seconds left. Some pushing and shoving down there. More pushing and shoving by the Eagles than the Knights. The Knights are content to just hold the puck against the wall. They'll come behind the net, played by Suda. Down to 15 left, and it looks like the Knights are going to walk out of here with the W in their finale. They'll win the battle for St. Louis, as we'll have one more whistle and a face-off with 5.5 seconds left. One more game to go. The Chicago Blues that will met Junior Trevians in a Peewee major matchup. Two teams we haven't seen yet today.
That would be accurate. We've seen different age levels of those organizations.
Yep. Down to 1, and that will do it. The Knights win this one 5-3. So that's going to do it for game 9. We got one more to go. Blues and Junior Trevians coming up game 10 in a Peewee major matchup. Stick around.
Welcome into our 10th and final game of the night here at Canlan Sports Arena in West Dundee, Illinois. My name is Joe Williamson, alongside Aaron Schellen. And we have a good one for you here tonight. It's the Chicago Blues and the Wilmette Junior Trevians. Peewee Major, but the real thing that you want to keep in mind in this game is the winner heads to the championship game tomorrow. And on the rink behind us, Winnetka and the Sabres are playing for the other spot in that championship game. So we currently do not know who the winner of this game will face tomorrow, but we do know that they will participate in a championship game.
Winner of this game against the winner of that game, and that'll be tomorrow morning/afternoon.
With speed coming in, Donovan O'Dowd. He'll put one on net, and a save made by Nicholas Tortling.
That's the first time we've seen both of these teams today.
We have seen a Wilmette and a Chicago Blues.
We've seen a lot of Wilmette today.
Multiple Wilmette. I think I've called all of them.
We've seen Squirt Major, Peewee Minor, and Peewee Major. Yeah.
This one cut off in the neutral zone by Ryan Sondag. Back to retrieve it is Harrison Kashani. And now coming the other way, that'll be icing. We mentioned in net for the Chicago Blues, Nicholas Torling on the other end. Looks like Jose Bardales in net for the Junior Trevians.
Yeah, we started our first game at 7 a.m. today. We got an occasional break while we scarfed some food, but it's basically been talking nonstop for the last 13 straight hours.
But hey, we made it here.
Yeah, we certainly did.
And we've got a fun one here on Stream Sports Midwest to cap off the night.
And I'm going to go home, have some tea, get up at 6 a.m., be back here at 7, and do it all over again for the championship games tomorrow. Only 4 games tomorrow, though. That'll be easy.
That's a lot easier than 10.
It certainly is.
Puck battle behind the net. Trying to free it out, and now a shot glove save by Bardales. On the shot from James Dupre, rather.
I can tell you it's 0-0 Winnetka and the Sabres about midway through the first period on the rink behind us.
That'll be a game to keep our eyes on. Face off one back to Dupre. He'll whistle one around to Will James. James trying to find help. He'll go back behind the net. He's got Brody Stock back there to help him out. Back out to the middle of the ice. Finds its way to Matz. Matz off a defender. Papuga in front. Looking for the middle of the ice, but to no avail. And now we're going to get a 2-on-2, but a great stick by Ben Weiner to get back and break up that odd man rush. Hugh with a nice tip, but not out. And MJ Saporito trying to keep it in. He does. Saporito's got help with Niall McCarthy. McCarthy back to Stock. From the point, shot, score! Well,
that didn't take long. About 2.5 minutes, and Wilmette strikes first.
Brody Stock, I don't know if he got credit for the goal. I think maybe Niall McCarthy got a redirect on it or a rebound. The initial shot from Brody Stock, though, and it's an early 1-0 lead.
That first goal is always huge. Playing from the lead in a in a winner-take-all game 3. That's always big, obviously.
So Wilmette goes up 1-0. Saporito on the near side.
I know we're going to see at least one Wilmette team tomorrow. The Squirt Major team, which is 30-0 on the season, will play for the championship tomorrow.
O'Dowd and McCarthy chasing after it for Wilmette. They'll bring it in with Saporito. McCarthy looking to center. He'll try for the wraparound, but it's stuffed. And it hops over the stick of Petrenovic. Powers is going to dump it in behind the net. And chased after by Cam Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer down there. Now Powers back out to the point and right at the face of Jose Bardales, who just puts the glove up there and makes the snag.
A good look by Powers, but easy save for Bardales. No traffic in front of him, so just a little pitch and catch.
Absolutely. Man, you and I really are ready for baseball season, aren't we?
Yeah, that baseball lingo. It never really leaves you.
No, it does not.
I find myself, no matter what sport I'm doing, I find myself making analogies to baseball.
Oh, always.
It happens all the time.
Back into the zone, Wilmette looking for a shot back out at the point. James and Kashani trying to keep it in. James was playing back. So he'll get to it and dump it back in. Caden Klein out in front. He's got Wally Melgard, and that one's back out to the point, goes wide left. Now coming the other way. A nice effort there on the toe drag. That was Annie Farquhar. The numbers are a little bit hard to see on the back of these Blues jerseys, so bear with me as we get our bearings for those kids. As a shot on net will result in another offensive zone draw for the Junior Trevians.
Yeah, that black with dark blue numbers can be a little tough to see. They're piped in white, which helps a little, but...
Depends on the lighting, though.
Yeah. I mentioned this Blues team is one of the last teams that we did during the regular season, so I recognize the names, recognize the players, but haven't seen this Wilmette team yet.
Back to Petrenovic. Down low to Papuga. Papuga along the boards. And we're going to get a whistle. I think we might have just gotten a roughing call. And I think Wilmette might be going to the power play as, we are going to see Dillinger Gurgle. Wow, that is a great name.
Yep, Gurgle in the penalty box.
Gurgle to the box. And a 5-on-4 man advantage for Wilmette, who already leads 1-0. Face-off controlled by the Blues. Rimmed around, Ryan Huff can't clear the zone. Brought down and out Stock with a nice stick to knock it out of the air. Melgard goes back now to O'Dowd. O'Dowd up the far side, stays on side. Nice move to get into the zone, and he'll go back to the point. Now back to Stock. He initiated that goal earlier. Back to the point, Niall McCarthy right in the slot, and a shot wristed right in by Wally Melgard.
Yeah, if McCarthy had been able to one-time that, he probably has a goal there, Joe. Instead, he tried to secure it and then wind up. And
O'Dowd to Melgard to Stock. McCarthy, rebound, and score! Wally Melgard right on the back doorstep.
Yeah, that's a really, really good power play for this Wilmette Junior Trevians team. Crisp passing ends up with an easy tap-in goal on the backside. It's 2-0.
Wally Melgard, the shortest kid out on the ice there for Wilmette, but he found some space right in front of the net, and he just tucks the rebound right back in.
The Blues need to get something going here, and we've talked about this throughout the day. You don't necessarily need a goal, but you need a good shift. You need some offensive momentum because right now it is all junior Trevians, and the Blues are in danger of getting a run out of the rink here, down 2-0 already midway through the first.
Dumping one in, the Blues now looking to make a play offensively, and a good effort by McDevitt to try and push one into the zone, but not to much avail. This comes all the way back in. James Dupre will go back and play it to McDevitt. McDevitt dumps it in. Zarenko thought about chasing after. He'll hold. McDevitt and Weiner go after it. And the junior Trevians will clear the zone. No icing. And the Blues bring it back the other way. McDevitt on the near side through the skates of Zarenko, and now coming back the other way. Trying to go around the defender. Puck comes back to Jack Rinkov, and a save made by Nicholas Torling.
It's a big save by Torling. He's been beat twice already, and you can't really blame him for either goal, but got to keep his team. You have to keep Wilmette at 2 right here.
Absolutely.
Can't let them get a third, especially here in the first period.
The Blues will try to work their way back into this one, but they're going to need to set something up offensively first and get out of their own zone. Puck battle against the boards on the far side, and it comes out. Pfeiffer is going to dump it in behind the net. Chased back there by Farquhar. Pfeiffer and Farquhar with Powers here at the point, and it's going to come all the way back out. Junior Trevians the other way. Saporito trying to find space. Now in front for Donovan O'Dowd. O'Dowd, shot.
Yep.
Water bottle, score.
Yep. The water bottle actually popped up in the air there. That was a pretty goal. Nobody really knew except for O'Dowd. He knew as soon as he took the shot, and we could see the water bottle pop up in the air from here. And Wilmette is running away and hiding here in the first period.
Yeah, and that was, we're going to get a timeout called here, so we will step aside. That was the same line that scored the second goal. We'll be right back after this short timeout. We welcome you back to the first period. We are less than 10 minutes in, and the Wilmette Junior Trevians already hold a 3-0 lead as Will James goes back to retrieve that one. Chasing after it is Caden Klein. This one's going to come all the way down and retrieved by James Dupre.
Sabres and Winnetka scoreless after 1. Winner of that game will play the winner of this game tomorrow.
Onto the stick of Harrison Kashani, and a couple of stick lifts there kept him from clearing the zone. Good fight along the far side. The Blues trying to control the puck in the offensive zone for a short amount of time, but they can't do that as it's dumped back in. Farquhar tried to keep it, but we're coming the other way again. James will dump and go for a change as the Blues try to play it around the far side and back out. Ryan Huff will get the job done. 5:30 remaining in this first period. The Junior Trevians already with 3 goals. And now Papuga is going to bring it back in. He's got help from James Dix. Papuga shoots it on net and covered up by Torling.
That threw a screen, but not a bad attempt there by Jake Papuga.
You know the old car horn sounds?
That one, like that one?
Papuga.
Like Papuga.
Papuga.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
The things
It's
you talk
late.
about after 14 hours on
seriously.
air. Yes, sir.
This one's going to come all the way down, and it should be icing, and it is.
Yeah, we keep taking a look behind us. We hear oohs and ahs
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
rink behind us, and we're trying to pay attention to what's going on, but still scoreless over there. Minute and a half gone by in the second.
Face-off won by the Blues.
Blues don't need a goal here in this period, although obviously it would be nice. They just need to play some solid offensive hockey over the final 5 and try to get a little momentum their way.
They really just need to feel like they can kind of control the remainder of this period. Now one off a stick, and Weiner can control. And now Saporito. He's got help on the right side. Shot and a stick save. Niall McCarthy denied.
A huge save by Torling right there.
Yeah. This one comes out back in front, bringing it the other way is McDevitt. And another glove saved by Torling.
That was O'Dowd again.
Yep. No, McDevitt is listed as number 37 here, but he's actually wearing number 44. Keep that in the back of my head.
You can blame me for that, I'm sure.
Sure.
I'm sure I put the number in wrong.
I probably would have blamed you for it anyway.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fair. Nobody offered to help me with the roster, so I had to do them all myself, Joe.
Well, if I had more time, I would have. Shot on net, turned away by
I was up at a
Torling.
water park with my family this week working on rosters.
That's brutal.
That's how dedicated I am.
That's impressive.
Family, we went up to Great Wolf Lodge for a couple of days, and
That sounds fun.
my family was at the water park on water slides doing the lazy river, and I was working on Central States rosters.
Klein is going to be turned away by Torling again. Did you at least get to
dedication.
go down a couple of water slides?
I'm not a big water slide guy.
Okay,
I'm
all
all
right.
about the lazy river,
Oh,
though.
fair enough. I can
All
get
about a
behind that.
lazy river, yeah.
I can get behind that. William Petronovich. I did it right the first time. Coming the other way. Wally Melgard, and he's turned away on defense. And a nice stop up against the boards by Jack Rinkov. He'll run into a defenseman in front.
Thought we might get interference there, but play on.
James Dupre, and this one is going to be waved off. Kashani back to grab it. He'll go across ice to Brody Stock. Stock off a defender. Papuga now. And a big collision into the boards there. James Dix, who gets up slowly.
All right, we've said this a couple of times today. Those end boards have no give.
Yeah, absolutely not. And you can tell Dixon a little bit of pain, and he'll skate off. Thumb up, not in his head. He'll be okay. The face-off won by the Junior Trevians, kept in by James, who just puts one in front of the net. And now recovered by Will Metzen. Nice passing to get it out of the zone, and here comes O'Dowd. O'Dowd with some speed, puts it on net, and it's covered up for another save from Torling.
I want to thank all the parents who have been super nice. We
Yeah.
are taking up a huge swath of land here at West Dundee, and you know it's territory normally reserved for parents, and they're all being very understanding. And when we say, hey, we need you to take a step back, or hey, can you know, take a few steps to your left or right so that you're not in the shot, everyone's been more than gracious.
And here comes McCarthy, and another save made by Torling.
And over the years, I've had some discussions about that sort of thing that haven't always gone smoothly. I'm just gotta leave it at that. So
Fair
I want
enough.
to thank the parents again for being so super gracious here to this weekend and last in Romeoville.
Puck up against the boards in the corner on the near side. The Blues are going to clear the zone. Puck comes back out to the neutral zone for Petranovic. Petranovic now to O'Dowd. Skates past a couple of Blues. Now in all by himself, and a shot and another save by Torling with 1:29 left in this first period.
O'Dowd has been super impressive here in this first period. Quick on his skates, can move laterally really good.
And has the red stick tape. Easy to spot. Back to the point. Whistling one wide is Ryan's, oh no, rather that is Brody Stock. Stock chasing after it, but he can't keep it in. And he passes it off to Weiss, who takes a bump as he goes back to retrieve that puck. Now Weiner in. See if he can get a shot off blocked, I think by a teammate, Mike McDevitt, and a couple of rebounds.
Off the post.
Oh my goodness, off the post. A couple of rebound opportunities, and now no stick for the goalie.
Yeah, goalie has no glove on his hand either. Bardalis was trying to signal to the official, hey, I have no glove. Anytime a goalie loses a glove or a helmet, they're supposed to blow that whistle, and Bardalis was desperate.
I was very confused for a second because Bardalis had his hand behind his arm.
Yeah, looked like he had one arm.
And I was like,
did
you
I
can't
miss,
really
did
play goalie with...
Did we miss something?
Yeah.
That was the first thing I was, did we miss something?
Okay, I'm glad it wasn't just me.
Yeah, no.
That would be a pretty big note to miss.
Yeah.
Now, I do know a deaf goalie, actually. But, and actually he played for, I believe it was the Olympic, or the Paralympic U.S. team.
Okay.
A couple of years ago, but he played at Olivet Nazarene University. He was one of the starting goalies when I was there. That puck into the corner. Blues are going to retain possession in the offensive zone as the time is winding down. Maybe they can try.
Best shift for the
and
Blues
find
here
time
all
for one
period is
shot,
in this final 30 seconds.
Weiner up against the boards. They're not going to be able to get it out in time. Maybe they can, just behind McDevitt, but no. So a 3-goal lead for the Wilmette Junior Trevians as we head to the first break. We'll be right back. 3-0, Wilmette leads. We'll see if the Chicago Blues can work their way back into this one here in the second period. They trail 3-0 as we start the second. The winner of this game heading to a championship game tomorrow. Both teams coming into play in this one with a win and a tie. And I don't think I've seen this in the 2 weeks that we've done these Central State playoffs. All 4 teams in this side of the bracket have a tie.
Yep, you play the 5-minute overtime, and then if nobody scores during the regular season, depending on the age level, they might do a shootout, but otherwise you just get a tie.
Dupre, Zarenko, and Weiner for the Blues trying to get that one into the offensive zone, but they can't hold the line. Dupre will dump it back in. And now it's going to come the other way. Breakaway from McCarthy, all by himself. Shot off the post. Rebound. No goal. I think off the crossbar.
That second one looked like it was in.
I thought it was in too.
That second one looked like it was in underneath the crossbar and out. But
I mean, you really cannot get any closer than Wilmette just got there.
Yeah, post and a crossbar.
Old check along the walls, and that should be,
nope.
No, maybe not. No tripping call there as this one comes out of the zone. And recovered by Ryan Huff. Huff across the blue line. Now coming back the other way. Brought out of the zone by Harrison Kashani and MJ Saporito, but will come the other way. Now a 3-on-1 for the Blues. Their first real scoring opportunity, and fanning on the one-timer is Ethan Olczyk.
Yeah, some heat on that elevated pass. That's a really tough pass to control.
Olczyk back out into the neutral zone. He'll drop it off for Petranovic, or rather Farquhar. And Farquhar's shot hits the stick and goes wide right. And now the junior Trevians the other way. Dix, after taking a hit in that first period, will dump one in.
Still no score between the Sabres and Winnetka on the other rink. About 5 minutes left in the second.
Cam Pfeiffer will bring it in. He'll wrist one wide right. And now a pass that barely gets out of the zone. Sondag puts one deep. Looking for help in front was Melgard. And Melgard's going to get it back and go back to Stock. Stock looking up ice. Caden Klein will dump it in, back behind the Blues net. Stock with a good forecheck there. And now the Blues will bring it out of the zone and the other way. Great effort there by Leo Matz. Off the boards and a tip from McCarthy. The Blues definitely are playing a little bit cleaner here in this second period so far. And
nothing really in, though, on Bardales here in the second. He was forced to make a couple of saves right at the end of the first, but that was it.
O'Dowd coming back in, but a nice stick, and he's denied and back up against the boards, and McCarthy takes a hit. Now McCarthy holding on to a stick.
Yeah, he was holding on to Weiner's stick.
No calls on either end, though, as his puck
McCarthy wanted the call. If anything, he would get the call for holding the stick.
O'Dowd again, like the centering feed, but that one's not going to get all the way through. And it's going to come down on net to be recovered by Will James. Now McCarthy coming back in. He's got Dix on his right, but a couple of Blues are going to break that one up, and coming the other way is Jay Bellino. He's had this puck stripped from him. And now back the other way, just past Rinkov and all the way down for icing. 9:24 to go in this second. A 3-0 lead for the Wilmette Junior Trevians, who look to make an appearance in the championship game tomorrow.
starting to ache, Joe.
The old man bones not holding up?
No. I did pretty well. I mean,
yeah, I would say both of us did pretty well.
Yeah, but I'm old and you're not. You're
That's
young
fair.
and supposed to be able to do things like this.
Yeah, but my body's had issues already.
That's true.
I've had multiple surgeries for stupid things. Coming back the other way, the Blues. Dupre out ahead to Farquhar. Farquhar in shot, whistles wide left. And this could be a odd man rush here. It's a 3-on-1. Klein across. Back to Klein out of the air, and it comes loose. And back behind the net, a good save by Torling. Got the glove or the blocker or something on it. Back to the point, Kashani. He goes wide left. Petranovic can't get it in deep. Now Melgard. Ripped away by the Blues, and this will come all the way down, and we should get another icing call. So is this our 30th period of hockey tonight? Is that what we're on?
30th of 32. Yeah, technically we had a 17-second overtime.
30 of 31.
Yes, 30 of 31.
Yeah, 17-second overtime. That was a thrilling game to call. And now coming the other way, the Blues. Here comes Matt, and he's tripped up, and that's not going to draw a penalty. The refs again letting them play as the Blues gonna try and keep this puck in the zone, and a nice job there by Pfeiffer before he loses it. Blues controlling the puck a little bit more in this second period. They've played a little bit less defense and a little bit more trying to set up the offense as Matt chases Stock around in the Junior Trevian zone. Now coming back in, Jake Papuga, he goes far side to McCarthy and is turned over. Blues come the other way. Pfeiffer, he's gonna have Matz on his right, but a nice stick by Will James, and Pfeiffer couldn't get a pass or a shot off. Every time it seems like the Blues are gonna set something up, a nice back check from the Junior Trevians cuts them off.
Yeah, well, Mets playing a solid defensive game today. They jumped out early, and that's allowed them.
Looking, spinning. That would have been a beautiful spinorama goal from William Petranovic.
It's allowed them to stay back defensively.
That one blockered away. That a save on James Dix again. And that puck off the stick and into the neutral zone. 6:40 to go in the second period. Blues trying to clear the zone, and they do. All alone is McDevitt. And this puck will stay in. Good help there, Ben Weiner. And now it's stripped away again. Dix is just going to dump it in on net and go for a change. Now Dillinger Gurgle, the other way to Weiner. I can't say that with a straight face, I'm sorry.
It's a fun name.
Gurgle by itself is amazing as Weiner comes out the other side, and he'll dump it in and go for a change. The Blues, some of the players are visibly frustrated, but they've played a much better second period than their first, as this one is down for icing.
Yeah, I mean, that's all well and good, but they're still down 3-0
Yep.
with about a period and a half left to go.
Season on the line. You got to find the back of the net here soon. Offensive zone face-off for the Blues. Olczyk set to take it for Chicago. Out to Stark. Tip right in front. A good redirect, but a nice save by Jose Bardalis.
Bardalis looking pretty comfortable in the crease.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here tonight for Wilmette.
Face-off won by the Junior Trevians and brought out along the far side, but turned over And the Blues will get back on the forecheck. Good effort on the far side boards. A couple of Blues over there, but the puck comes out anyway. Now a 2-on-1. McCarthy on the right side. He tries to go to him and just out in front of the stick of McCarthy.
O'Dowd created that 2-on-1 with his speed.
McCarthy now back in, toe drag. Oh, tried to go to the backhand, couldn't get there. And now this puck squirts out of the zone. Petranovich tries to bring it back in. And we'll get an offsides. McCarthy couldn't get back across the line with 5:03 to go in the second period. Both teams will get a change here. One more time, my name is Joe Williamson alongside my broadcast partner Aaron Schellen as Papuga tries to put one on. The 10th of 10 games here today, and we're going to get a slashing call.
Slashing penalty.
On Pfeiffer, I think? No. It's Matt's going to the box.
Not what you want if you're the Blues, obviously.
Already down 3-0, trying to work your way back into this one. We'll see what they can do on the PK. 4:58 to go in this second period. And no doubt up against the near side walls. Back to the point, McCarthy. And the Blues gonna try and clear the zone here. They will. And now coming the other way, one-on-one on the far side. Shot ripped and blockered away, or rather off the pad of Bordalis. Now back in with O'Dowd. O'Dowd with his speed, trying to tuck one in, but a great save by Nicholas Torling.
He didn't really have a shot, but just used that speed to drive to the net and try to kind of jam it through the pads of Nicholas Torling.
Torling has made a couple of big saves. This game could be, could have a much worse score for the Blues, but thanks to Torling, it's still a 3-goal game, which is doable, but you got to find the back of the net here soon.
Got to get through this power play first.
O'Dowd back out in front, shot off a defender in front, and the Blues will clear the zone as McCarthy goes back to retrieve it. McCarthy hands it off to O'Dowd. O'Dowd's going to gather some speed, bring it up the far side. O'Dowd's just going to try and skate all the way through, going coast to coast, and couldn't get a handle on the backhand as McCarthy brings it back out and plays it with a high stick. With 3:42 to go, 43 seconds left in the power play. Aaron, your biggest takeaway from 10 games of Central State's playoff hockey today?
That these kids play well above what you would think their age is just by watching them. You know, at every age level, if you came in here and you didn't know what you were watching and I asked you, you know, how old you thought these kids were, how old you thought those kids were, my guess is you're going a couple years older than how old they actually are. It's a lot of talented young boys and girls here in this tournament this week and last weekend.
Absolutely.
Last weekend were the prospect games.
And you were talking about the defense that we've seen from a lot of these squads today.
More good goaltending. That's something that's always impressed me throughout my years here doing youth hockey is goaltending always appears to be kind of a step or two ahead of everything else.
Petranovich, far side, brings it over. And the junior Trevians will look to set up offensively to the middle of the ice, right on net, wrap around, and no goal. It was kept out, I believe. Wow, unbelievable save by Nicholas Torling.
Yeah, diving it to his left and somehow getting that glove. I thought for sure that was in the back of the net. Wilmette was celebrating like they thought it was, but kept out.
Torley somehow got that glove arm back in time. And still scoreless behind us with 12:51 in the third.
Sabres and Winnetka.
3 minutes to play here in the second period. Blues had the puck. They would love to find the back of the net before this period is over, but right to O'Dowd.
Yeah, not the person you want to give the puck away to.
O'Dowd drops it off, and that was Niall McCarthy whose shot went wide. Puck up against the boards on the near side here, and O'Dowd's going to come away with it. He really is everywhere, isn't he?
Yep.
Now the Blues recover.
The offsides.
That's going to be offsides, like you said. Landon Zarenko took a little bit too long to get over the blue line, and Pfeiffer called for offsides. So 2:27 remaining. Face off in the neutral zone. Comes to the middle, Pfeiffer, and is saved by Berdales.
And no big rebound, just sort of fell down in front of him, and his defense was there to clear it out.
Stick kind of deadened it a little bit. Blues back on defense now, and they'll look to come the other way with numbers. And a nice rip in from the neutral zone by Leo Matz. Matz trying to find space in front. That puck just passed his stick. And that was gonna hop over a stick, and now a 3-on-1. Back to the, oh my goodness.
Lord.
I was about to say one pass too much, but Wally Melgar just buried one.
Yeah, that was a give and go. And that's as pretty can be. And it's now 4-0.
Started stuttering. I didn't even know what to say at that point. A pass. He shoots, he scores. Unbelievable.
Tic-tac goal right there for
seriously.
Wilmette. It's 4-0.
Unbelievable shot. And that might have let all the air out of the balloon of the Blues, who now trail by 4.
That was as pretty a goal as we've seen all day.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we've seen some nice individual efforts where, you know, pucks are put into the top corner, but
as far as team goals go,
I don't know that we've seen anything prettier than that today.
Unbelievable passing work, the chemistry off the charts for the Junior Trevians here tonight. Back out to the point, tipped, rebound, tipped, and no goal. A nice save again by Torley. Will James had the initial shot on net there as Stock now grabs it in his own zone. Weiner will take over. Zarenko and McDevitt back there with him. It's McDevitt in the corner. Out to Dupre. Dupre puts it on in front of the net. McDevitt wasn't there in time. And now the puck in the far corner with about 35 seconds to go. Nice move there at the blue line to keep it in. A shot is blocked on defense by Ethan Olczyk. Puck kept in on the near side. Now it comes out. Dupre gloves it down. He's back into the zone. He's onside. His wrists a shot right into the glove of Jose Berdales, who pops right back up and hands it off to the referee. 13.4 seconds left here in the second period, and a 4-0 lead for Wilmette.
Pretty complete performance by the Junior Trevians here through essentially 2 periods. First period, it was about their offense. Second period, it's been about their defense, and they're gonna have a big lead going to the third.
The clock winds down, and O'Dowd will just hold it as we sound the buzzer. Heading to the third, the Junior Trevians lead 4-0. We'll be right back after a short break. We bring you the third and final period of the night on Stream Sports Midwest, as the Junior Trevians lead 4-0 over the Chicago Blues, who will have to chase this one back. And here comes O'Dowd. My goodness, that speed is blazing. O'Dowd shot and a nice pass there to MJ Saporito. O'Dowd back in front again. Saporito waiting, and that puck will come all the way back out on O'Dowd. Man, O'Dowd and Saporito are a dangerous combo, but specifically O'Dowd's speed. As Saporito drops one off for McCarthy, tries to go over the stick of J.J. Powers, who gloved it down, but now we're getting an offsides call on the Blues.
Down to 8:10 left in the third between the Sabres and Winnetka. Still zeros on the scoreboard.
The winner of that game will most likely face the Wilmette Junior Trevians tomorrow, unless we see a generational comeback from the Chicago Blues here in the next 13 minutes. Dillinger Gurgle can't get it in, and it's brought the other way, and hitting the ice was Caden Klein. Blues are going to clear the zone, but they can't gain possession. Will James can't find it there. Now he'll get it back and dump it in, and the Junior Trevians will go for a full change. Now coming the other way, Farquhar spinning, looking for help, putting it on net. That was a great effort by Andy Farquhar, but to no avail. And centered, but brought back out by Jack Rinkov. Now Papuga. Papuga's got Rinkov on the far side. He'll elect to just take the shot, and a save made by Torling.
Well, we're down to our last period of hockey today, Joe. So what was this week and last week. This will end your first season calling youth hockey. What did you think?
Man, I mean, the level of play was a whole lot higher than I was expecting coming into this. I knew hockey was growing in the state of Illinois for sure, so I knew that everybody was going to be much, anticipating these games, and they were going to show out and be loud, and that there would be a lot of people here. But man, I mean, just some of the things you mentioned earlier, like the goaltending, the defense, some of the passing. Some of these kids can skate unbelievably well.
Yep.
And that all kind of just blew my mind the first couple of games I called, as we get a couple of falling players in front of the Wilmette net.
And by the time we get to the end of the day tomorrow, we will have done about 140 Central States games this year. We did essentially 2 a week.
And we're going to get a tripping call on McCarthy.
It's the second time we've seen that tonight.
I was about to say the same thing. His stick got caught in the skate of Gurgle. And unfortunately for him, he's still going to have to go to the box. So a power play for the Blues.
Yeah, we did about 160. We did essentially 2 games a week. There were a couple of games where we had some weather-related issues, and I made the decision to cancel the broadcast just for your guys' safety. Didn't want you driving out when it was unnecessary, but went to a lot of rinks we had never been to before, which is pretty cool. Saw some new venues, some really nice venues. The new rink out in Rosemont was, I think, the first place we went to this year.
O'Dowd, he's tripped up as he comes in shorthanded, and now numbers coming the other way for the Blues. Pfeiffer, he'll shoot it on net. It goes wide left. Powers down there in the corner with Pfeiffer. Powers comes away with it. Back to the point. And back to Powers. Powers back to Zarenko. Zarenko down to Weiner. Weiner back to Zarenko. Zarenko back to Powers, down in front. And the puck in the air right in front of the net. And we're going to come the other way. It's O'Dowd. One-on-one. Does not matter that they're shorthanded. And a nice stick out in front. Great effort by Zarenko to get back and stop O'Dowd. And now a 2-on-2. McDevitt, he's tripped up, and the Blues are going to go to a two-man advantage. With 55 seconds remaining in the original power play.
Yeah, got to score on both.
Yep. Now going to a 5-on-3. That's going to be Hunter Weiss headed to the box.
I think we're getting a timeout called by the Blues.
And we are. We'll take it with them. We'll be right back. 4-0, Junior Trevian's lead. .17 to go. We are back from the timeout, and now a 5-on-3 for the Blues. Zarenko to Weiner. Weiner across, and a shot saved by Bardalis. Powers on the far side. Powers looks for Weiner. The one-timer is wide right. McDevitt leaves it for Powers. Powers goes back to Weiner. Weiner in face-off circle, off the crossbar. Second or third time that's happened on this end as Powers looks to dangle in. Around to Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer out to Zarenko. Zarenko back to Weiner. Weiner, shot, save, rebound, back to Weiner. Weiner to Zarenko. 4 seconds left in the two-man advantage. One-timer, save made by Bardalis as the 5-on-3 comes to a close.
Yeah, good movement. You could see the Blues' strategy was to either get those one-timers by the face-off dot or get Ben Weiner open, and Weiner off the crossbar. The best opportunity of the game for the Blues.
So now Dupre out there with Powers. And a shot from the far side from Ethan Olczyk. Olczyk goes to Powers. Powers back to Olczyk. Remember, now just down to a 5-on-4. Powers back at the point. Goes back to Olczyk, who's got some more space. Olczyk tried to go 5-hole, and Bardalis said, nuh-uh. Olczyk again, stick save. Bardalis standing tall in net on the power play. Here comes Powers. This time he goes to Dupre, off the stick again. Back to Dupre, right in front, off the chest of Bardalis, and he's gonna scoop it up and cover.
Wow.
Man, Bardalis has been a brick wall in net.
Yeah, that was a great stretch of play for Jose Bardalis.
You got to give your goalie some love after that one. Go give him a tap on the pads.
Wilmette's been trapped in their own zone for the entirety of this two-man, now one-man advantage.
17 seconds to kill off a couple of power plays for the Blues. Blues win the face-off. Dupre to Powers. Powers back to Dupre. Dupre fans on it, tries to skate through, back to the middle, tries to backhand. Powers can't get anything off, rather that's Olczyk on the far side, and now the Junior Trevians coming the other way. Power play comes to an end. Klein loses an edge, and he'll go down to the Blues coming back the other way. Here comes Olczyk, numbers 3-on-2. Olczyk trying to find space in the middle, and I think maybe one or two less moves there. He probably could have shot one on net and tried to go for a rebound, as this one's going to come all the way out and down for icing. So 7:52 remaining.
Under 4 minutes behind us, still goose eggs. Sabres and Winnetka. The winner of that game, winner of this game tomorrow for the Peewee Major Championship.
Face-off controlled by the Blues. Pfeiffer coming back in, and he can't find a stick in the middle of the ice as he goes down. Not cleared yet by the Junior Trevians. Now it comes out, and look, there is O'Dowd once again. Going up against Powers. Gets some help from Petranovic, but now Mats comes away with it. Blues into the zone. Mats with a nice play there. He tries to put one on net. Comes right back to him after being deflected. Comes back out to the middle of the ice. And now Wilmette will bring it the other way. Is it me or are the lights in here like changing brightness? I feel like they're getting brighter as we go.
I don't know, I can't tell. Been in here so long. Walked in the door at 5:55 a.m. this morning.
I feel like we got more light than we started with.
That's 15 hours, Joe.
It's a lot of time in this one building.
I was in Romeoville for 16 hours last Saturday.
And a nice stick there by Hunter Weiss. Puck goes all the way back down. Blues will try to bring it the other way. Nice outlet pass to McDevitt. McDevitt working with Weiner. Weiner has the puck stripped from him, and here come the Junior Trevians. Far side, James Dix around one, but he couldn't get around both defenders. He'll lose the puck and regains possession in the corner, and a shot glove save. Niklas Torling handles that one. 1:50 behind us, by the way. Still no score.
Yep.
Junior Trevians are going to win that one. Put back in front. Puck is loose, and it'll come out now to Rinkov. Rinkov down to the corner. Wally Melgard trying to play through a couple of bodies, and another save by Niklas Torling with 6 minutes and 2 seconds to go. And the Junior Trevians have all but punched their ticket to the championship game tomorrow.
Yeah, this Wilmette Junior Trevians program has been, really at all levels, especially at these younger levels, the Squirt, Peewee, Bantam. They are at the top or near the top of really every standings. They do it well with these youngsters in Wilmette.
Comes out of the zone and all the way down. Petranovic back to control in his own end. Out to Powers, who's just gonna bomb one. That one goes left though. Pfeiffer can't keep it against the boards, and a shot from the point is gloved down by Bardalis. Cross ice pass and a collision at center ice. And now a nice effort there on the far side by Hunter Weiss to get around the defense, but he can't do so. And it's controlled by Ryan Huff with just over 5 minutes to go. And here comes Farquhar. Annie Farquhar all by herself. Bordales, another test.
Oh, what a move.
Farquhar beats him with a beautiful move.
What a move by Farquhar. So simple.
Yeah.
Just deked to her left, back to her forehand, and that gets the Blues on the board here.
And Bardales just stood so tall through a good 3 full minutes of power play, including some 5-on-3 time, and then gives up the shutout on a great deke by Annie Farquhar, who gets the Blues on the board. We'll see if that opens the floodgates for the Blues a little bit. Sometimes it's just that first one. Once you get on the board, they come a little bit easier. Weiner down low. Weiner gets it back. Shot, score!
Up over the left shoulder
man.
and glove of Bardales, and all of a sudden, it's 4-2 with about 4:40 left. Still time for the Leafs.
And the Blues back within 2. Weiner, you knew they were trying to get it to him during that power play. Multiple plays that set him up for a shot. And here come the Blues parents.
One more and it becomes really interesting.
Wow.
And it looks like we got a goal down behind us. I think that's Winnetka.
Overtime
I
winner?
see the green
Oh, no,
and
20
gold
seconds.
with
Wow.
20 seconds left.
Unbelievable. Lots of fireworks here at the end of the night as the Blues control in their own zone. Brought the other way and out. Petranovic has to control. Brought back in by the junior Trevians. Shot and a save, big save by Torling, who has kept the Blues in this, and now trying to get on the odd man rush there again was Weiner. Weiner forces his way back into the zone, trying to find some space, drops it off for Dupre. Dupre, bodies in front, puck is loose, save made by Bardales.
Oh boy.
Now coming the other way, Niall McCarthy spinning, puts one on net and a blocker save.
And if you're Wilmette, this clock cannot tick fast enough.
3:35 to go in what is now a 2-goal game. And turned over in the neutral zone. Zarenko, oh, what a great outlet pass. Finds Pfeiffer and a glove save Bardales. That was needed for the confidence of the junior Trevians goalie. But now another offensive zone face-off for the Blues. 2 goals late in this third period.
Pulling their goalie here, and it looks like Winnetka takes down the Sabres. So the Winnetka Warriors will take on the winner of this one.
Powers from the tipped. Pfeiffer almost made this a 1-goal game.
Yeah, put it over the net.
And the empty net goal, score! And that should all but do it. The Blues pulled the goalie early to try to keep the momentum in their direction. And it backfires as the junior Trevians go up 5-2.
So it looks like this championship is gonna be the North Shore Wilmette versus Winnetka for the Peewee Major Championship tomorrow is what this is looking like.
Face-off controlled at center ice by the Blues, and a shot on net gloved by Bardales. .255 remaining.
Blues pull their goalie again. Nope, back into net goes Torling.
And now Torling will come off as a shot on net. Bardales somehow found that puck through traffic.
Puck? Oh my goodness.
Wow. Yeah, talk about things that have impressed me. It's saves like that.
We're gonna get a timeout.
We will take it with them. We'll be right back. 5-2 lead for Wilmette. The final 2 minutes and 42 seconds of this one, as the Blues have once again pulled their goalie, hoping for some final magic here at the end. Bardales has stood tall, allowed a couple of quick goals here in the third, but the empty netter for Wilmette took this back up to a 3-goal lead as it's retrieved by J.J. Powers. Powers ahead to Farquhar. Farquhar into the zone, chased after by Weiner. And a pile of bodies behind the net as this one comes back out to Powers. Powers off a shin guard and a shot save by Berdales. Another one comes out in front. And an effort by MJ Saporito to get it out. And Powers is back to retrieve it, going to McDevitt. McDevitt stuffed, he'll get it out of the zone. Weiner coming in, trying to force his way to the middle, and a good effort on defense, Petranovic. Now Stark at the point, he rips one right to Bardales. A save made with 1:36 to go.
So Winnetka and Wilmette tomorrow.
Indeed, to play for the championship game as this puck stuck off the draw, now in the near corner. 90 seconds to go. 5-2 lead for the Junior Trevians, and a great stick there by Caden Klein to clear the zone. Klein really wants that empty net goal, chasing after it. Power is going to dump it in, and on the forecheck, I think they're going to get Powers for a penalty, maybe. And he's headed to the box. So we will get a roughing call.
I'm being asked if I'm using the chair.
That you're sitting in? Oh.
It's been 15 hours.
Yeah.
I'm about done. I'm about done. I gotta be totally honest with you. It's time to go home.
Weiss, and that one broken up with a minute to go. Blues one last-ditch effort. Matz and Weiss going to work. And Matz is going to lose his stick as it comes all the way back out to Dillinger Gurgle. Gurgle back behind his own net, a nice stop. He'll toss it out for Matz. Matz cross ice, beautiful pass. Huff going to try and toe drag, but to no avail. And with 25 seconds left, the puck bouncing around in the neutral zone, we'll get a high stick.
We got to get one more whistle in,
yep.
Joe. Got to get one more whistle in.
Some nice cheers from the Wilmette faithful. Face-off won by the Junior Trevians. O'Dowd just going to take it behind his own net and pin it up against the wall. 14 seconds to play, a puck battle behind the Junior Trevian net. And the clock runs out. The Wilmette Junior Trevians are headed to the championship game tomorrow against the Winnetka Warriors. It has been a pleasure, folks. 10 awesome games here on Stream Sports Midwest. My name is Joe Williamson. I've been with Aaron Schellen. Aaron, any last thoughts before we close this one down?
No, I'm going to be back here tomorrow at 8 a.m. for 4 championship games. I'm going to go home, get some sleep, and get back at it.
I love it. We will see you right back here tomorrow morning. Thanks for tuning in. Drive home safe or stay safe and have a good one.